postponed, canceled altogether because of the inclement weather that we've had over the course of about 8 days or so. Had some snow and then had some rain. And as a result, didn't have any softball. Just wasn't particularly adequate for softball. But here we go. Andrew College in town to take on LBW. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. And stepping in to start it off is Emma Warnick. Emma Warnick, leadoff hitter for Andrew College out of Cuthbert, Georgia. Team out of the GCAA. As the pitch is a little bit high, we will have the starting lineups for LBW in a moment. Do have Andrew College. It is Emma Warnick starting it off. Jasmine Lang batting in the 2 spot. Reese Krasler is the 3 hitter. Casey Thacker batting 4th. Marissa Bosley in the 5 spot. V. Burris hitting 6th. Hope Benton 7th. 8 hitter is Layla Singleton and Bailey Prescott in the 9 hole. Okay, maybe the weather was inclement last week. Maybe it was inclement earlier in the week. It is looking good today. Plenty of sunshine. Well, this is unique to South Alabama. About a week ago, you need a Downsfield jacket, snowshoes, and a snowmobile. And today you can work on your tan. Bermuda shorts and a tank top. As the pitch comes in a little bit low and the trip down to first for Emma Warnick. So walk is given and a base runner on. As Warnick will go down to first, and that will get Jasmine Lang coming to the plate. By the way, we are breaking in new and exceptional talent today. And before the day is done, I will step aside for the real pros. As the pitch goes back to the screen and off to second, Warnick into scoring position. So a base runner at second. Here in the top part of the first of a couple of games. Got a feeling today is going to be one of those days, too, where things will change noticeably over the course of the game. And I'm talking about temperature and weather-wise. It is sunny right now. We know it's going to be dark by the time the last game wraps up, and I have a feeling it will be noticeably cooler. As the 0-1 offering is given Lang, and she will foul it out of play. Base runner in scoring position for Andrew College. Reese Krasler moving to the on-deck circle. Thank you very much, by the way, to LBW for the opportunity to stream both softball and baseball. And as a matter of fact, both this weekend. As that is sent foul over the dugout at first. Calhoun and Southern Union in town to play baseball today and tomorrow. And we will have tomorrow's games, an 11 a.m. Calhoun game and a 4 p.m. Southern Union game. Today, nothing but Andrew College and LBW softball. Around right back up the middle, little bobble, and then throw into the dirt. Warnick will be at third and Lang at first. And unofficially, I am scoring that as an E1. So a couple of base runners aboard. They are on the corners. Krasler coming to the plate. Casey Thacker to the on-deck circle. Temperature is expected to get into the upper 60s today. Throw going down to second, taking off for home Warnick, and she will get in safely. Meanwhile, Lang on her way to third. She's there. It's a 1-zip Andrew College lead. And you got Lang with a stolen base that baited the throw, brought in Warnick. Lang goes to third. And Reese Krasler with an RBI opportunity over at third. So it is Andrew Collins taking the first run of the ball game. Andrew Collins, by the way, originally had softball slated for North Alabama last week against Gadsden State, but that was what Mama Nature did to last week and early this week's schedule. And even tomorrow and Friday is seeing changes in the schedule because of the weather. Games that were originally slated for Friday have now been moved to Thursday. And that's got Coach coming out to the circle to have a conversation with her pitcher here in the top part of inning number 1 with a runner on and a runner in a 1-zip ball game. A rather lengthy conversation there in the circle. As Krasler steps in, nobody gone. There is a runner at third and a runner in. We obviously, though, are a long way away from wrapping up either this game or the doubleheader. 1-1 offering. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Two balls, one strike. A little gentle breeze blowing as that one is fouled away by Krasler. Well, I was looking to see if the ACCC website had anything in the way of a roster. It does not, so I'm still a little bit in the dark as to who is decked out in the pinstripes. And that one will get a piece of Krasler. And she will take a trip down to first as a hit batsman. So a couple of base runners on. They are on the corners. And Casey Thacker coming to the plate. Thacker got a runner at first and third. 1 run in, Warnock. I mentioned the precipitation, the weather that proved to be a hindrance for getting play underway when scheduled. Throw down to third. This time, Saints don't bite on the steal. Tagged out his leg. So Lang tagged out at third for out number 1. 1 gone, Krasler in scoring position. Marissa Bosley moving to the on-deck circle, around down the first base line, but foul and out of play. But I was thinking maybe I could take a look at the ACCC website and go to LBW and get a roster, but we are so early in the year, there's no information there yet. And I think Coach is working feverishly to get me something. As that's a little bit outside to Thacker. And there we go. Just like that, voila. have a lineup for LBW. It is, by the way, the picture of a picture, so I think I can read through and pick up that your pitcher is Odom. So Odom tossing the balls and strikes for LBW. Ground to short, a little bit of a bobble. There is number 2 on the infield for LBW. And Andrew Collins, the benefactor, Krasner, will go to third. Thacker, the base runner, at first. And a couple of runners on here in the top part of the inning. Let's see if we can take a look at who else is playing defensively for the Saints. Behind the plate is Carroll. First is Criddle. At second, Gotten. The shortstop, Doss. Third base, Barlow. And in that outfield, in left, Yates. Center field, Carroll. Check that, Hobbs in center. And the right fielder is Clements. So there are your Saints defensively. Up against the screen for Bosley. V. Burris moving to the on-deck circle. 1 run in, 1 runner out, 2 runners on. Here in the top part of inning number 1. Just a smidge outside with a pitch. Currently 68 degrees. And they say mostly cloudy. That must be somewhere else. Here it is mostly sunny. Another opportunity for Doss at short. Goes to second for 1, throw to first. It's in time for 2. So minimal damage as the Saints turn the DP to end the top part of the first and send us to the bottom of the inning in a 1-zip game.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
I'm not there yet. she will be. This right here is controlling the out. This right here is controlling what if you had two people, the line is coming out here. So you can get everything.
We head to the bottom of the first. Ragsdale starting it off after 1-run plates in the top part of the inning. Andrew Collins bringing in Emma Warnick on the Jasmine Lang steal. But the Saints get out of the inning with a double play. The Bosley at bat. And that DP, by the way, going 6-4-3. Ragsdale starting it off. Here in the bottom of the first for the Saints. As I mentioned, got the lineup late. It's the first game of the year, so it takes a bit to get everything like it should be. But that lineup card has last names, not first, but here are the last. For the Saints, leadoff hitter Ragsdale. Hops is the two-hitter. Caught in left field by Reese Krasler. Nice catch by Krasler for the out. And there is one away. Hops the two-hitter. Barlow batting third. Cleanup is Dawes. Criddle hitting fifth. Carroll is the six-hitter. Clements bats seventh. Godden eighth. And Yates in the nine-hole. Outside with a pitch to Hops. Andrew Collins with Bailey Prescott in the circle. Behind the plate, Casey Thacker. Hope Benton at first. Second baseman is Leah Singleton. V. Burris at short as that one is wrapped towards center field, but right to Emma Warnick. And Hops out number two. And has got Barlow coming to the plate. At third for Andrew Collins. Marissa Bosley, the dimension shortstop, V. Burris. Outfield of Reese Krasler in left. Center field, Emma Warnick. And the right fielder is Jasmine Lang. I might have given credit to the wrong fielder on the catch and right. That was Lang with a great catch on the Ragsdale flyout. Barlow at the plate. Burris will field it short. Wild with a throw to first, and on is Barlow. So an E6 putting the first Saint aboard here in the bottom of the first. Base runner on for Doss. Criddle moving to the on-deck circle. Do have a pinch runner over at first. I do not have a roster, however. Just a starting lineup card, so not sure who is running now at first. Dawes taking a strike on the outside part of the plate. When you get to the top of the second, runner off and in with a stolen base is the pinch runner for Dawes. For Barlow, rather. Dawes at the plate. Now in scoring position, the tying run for the Saints. Shot like a rocket towards third, but a little bit foul for Dawes. Now, this was to have been a busy Wednesday, but it became a not particularly busy Wednesday because of rain canceling Tallahassee and Coastal North baseball, wet field canceling Meridian College Coastal North softball. So as a result, we went from a trio to a solo. As this is popped up on the infield, and the catch made over at first by Benton. Doss will fly out, leaving a runner on. We head to the top of the second. V. Burris starting it off. Hope Benton and Layla Singleton due up in the inning, too. Saints got a base runner, got Barlow at second, as that one is sent foul and out of play. A little bit outside of the strike zone to Burris. Hope Benton moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the second for the Saints. Criddle, Carroll, and Clements. I mentioned the renovation done here to the softball complex as that is hit to second. A little bit of a bobble, and boy, that'll be a question mark from an official scorekeeper. I think I would probably score that as an E4, but Art says yes. And he is indeed the brilliant mind where baseball and softball is concerned. So it is an E4. Burris is on. That'll be the third Saint error of the game. But of course, if you are Saints, or for that matter, Fighting Tigers, you want to get those E's out of the way early in the year and against non-conference foes. A little bit inside with a pitch to Hope Benton. Count goes to 2-0 on Benton, with Singleton awaiting next. Andrew Collins has joined the ranks of NJCAA football. Added football this year as that one has popped up in the direction of center field. Coming in to make the catch is Hops, and out will go Benton. So there is one away. Staying put over at first is Burris. But both Andrew College and Central Georgia Tech in the GCAA became Division I NJCAA football members. And, of course, Georgia, for so many years, only had one team, Georgia Military College, which, by the way, had a sensational season. Finished number 2 in the country. Hosted a semifinal game before being eliminated. But I digress. Andrew College joining the football ranks in Georgia. Swing and a miss by Singleton. Bailey Prescott moving to the on-deck circle. Good looking pitch, got the inside part of the plate. No balls, couple of strikes. Singleton with one away and one aboard. Here in the top part of inning number 2 with a gentle breeze blowing. That is lifted softly toward short to make the catch. Doss holding at first Burris, and there's 2 gone. So 2 away for Bailey Prescott. And great to have you watching the game. By the way, you are watching, even if you're watching on the website, you are watching through YouTube. So if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do. JockJive Sports. Strike 1 to Prescott, top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. Our short-term goal, we'd like to get about 5,600 subscribers. I think we're about, 58, maybe shy of that. By the end of the year, we'd like to be at 10 grand. I know that's kind of a lofty goal, but hey, as Casey Kasem used to say, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. Another strike delivered to Prescott, 1-2. Emma Warnock on deck, but the Saints would like to face Warnock in the 3rd. To do that, they've got to get Prescott. Odom trying to tease Prescott with something relatively close. A little bit low, a little bit inside. I'm looking all around the outside of the diamond. There still is standing water in areas. So, yeah, it got wet here. Swing and miss. There is the first strikeout of the game for Odom, fanning Prescott. And Burris gets on with the error, but Benton, Singleton, and Prescott all go down. Hey, a reminder, while you're subscribing to our YouTube channel, be sure to follow us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Threads, and Facebook. And I know Twitter now is the X and not the little Tweety bird, but I'm rebelling. My wife told me the X looked like the mark on Charles Manson's forehead. So I've been scared to put it up. And we're just going with the old Tweety bird. As we head to the bottom of the second, Criddle, Carroll, and Clements due up in the inning. 1-zip Andrew Collins lead. That one run happening in the first as the winds begin to pick up. Ground towards second. Scooped up by Singleton. She'll go to first, and Criddle is out number one. Carroll to the plate. Clements will follow, top of the order. When you get to the Andrew Collins third, in a 1-zip game, that gentle breeze blowing through has got me thinking about maybe another layer of clothing, and so too some of the folks in the stands starting to put on the sweatshirts. It got noticeably cooler when the sun went behind the clouds and the wind began to pick up. Fouled away by Carroll. One out here in the bottom of the second. What's coming up tomorrow? Well, at the moment, got baseball and basketball. Baseball over on the adjoining field. Saints taking on Calhoun in the morning at 11 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Southern Union. And then tomorrow night we'll have Bevel State and Coastal Alabama North men's basketball. As that is ground to short, scooped up by Burris. Throw to first, gets Carroll. And there's two gone. And then also tomorrow night, it is Calhoun Coastal Alabama South basketball, men and women. Two gone for Clements. Godden moving to the on-deck circle. LBW undergoing a lot of renovations. And of course, these athletic facilities were part of the early renovations. And now I can see other parts of the campus too under construction. 2-0 pitch to Clements. That is lifted in the direction of right field, and over to make the catch is Jasmine Lang. So Clements with a fly out. That is 7 who have gone to the plate and 6 who have gone down for the Saints. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. just texted him hoping, yeah, he's looking this way.
Her name is Bailey, and I don't remember her last name.
Stocks. Maybe Stocks.
Maybe.
Yeah. And a new pitcher in the circle for LBW. And as Bailey Stocks, Odom will work a couple of innings. Facing the top of the order. Odom will work a couple of innings, face 9, get a single strikeout. Issued a walk to the leadoff hitter, did not give up a hit, and allowed a single run. Also had a hit batsman as well. That one is popped up to the left side. And coming in to make the catch is Yates. Out will go Warner. So there is one away. Jasmine Lang reached on an error, stole a base. It was her stolen base that turned into the lone run of the game. It got the attention at second of Saints and allowed Warnick to come in from third. And thus far, that has been the difference in the game. Lang, too, with a couple of great catches out in right field. Made one to begin the ball game, as she will get the first base hit of the contest into center field.
Who does baseball play today? Do you know? I know they play.
So Lang is on, Reese Krasler coming to the plate. Casey Thacker to the on-deck circle.
I know they play at 5:30, but I didn't remember who they played.
So we've got our first numbers of the year. Odom, a couple of innings working. Allowing a single run, no hits. The walk, the strikeout, the hit batsman. Inside with a pitch from Stocks to Krasler. Krasler hit by a pitch in the first, back to the plate here in the third. Just a little bit inside on the Andrew College left fielder. Casey Thacker to the on-deck circle. 8, 9, and 1 in the LBW order when you get to the bottom part, the home half of inning number 3. Just a little bit inside with a pitch. Infield maybe a little bit slow because it is still slightly boggy. When I got here a couple of hours ahead of time, a definitive wet look to that South Alabama red clay. Maybe slowing down a bit those infield shots. Krasler sitting on a 3-0, delivering on the outside part of the plate is Stocks. And the count runs to 3-1. Casey Thacker to the on-deck circle. Popped up on the infield. Nice catch, diving from behind the plate is Carroll. And Krasler goes down, leaving Lang for the moment stranded at first. That was one of those shots that you questioned whether anybody could get to it. But Carroll, a nice play from behind the plate. And Lang at first for Casey Thacker with 2 gone. Thacker reached on an E6 in the first. Grounds this one to short 2, but this time he got the out. Doss over to Godden. Put out goes 6-4. It will get Lang. 1 runner stranded, 1 base hit. Nobody scores. 2.5 in. And it's the Fighting Tigers by 1. We get the bottom of the third underway, and Cotton will start it. Yates and Ragsdale to follow. Still a 1-zip Andrew College lead. First base hit of the ball game happens in the top part of the third. Jasmine Lang delivering with a single up the middle. That was with 1 away, but Chrysler technically popping up behind the plate, or at least to the player behind the plate, Carroll. And then Thacker wrapping into the 6-4. Count even at 1 on Godden. Saints have gone to their pen. Andrew College sticking with their starter. As this is ground to short, Burris goes to first, and Godden out on the 6-3. One away, Ragsdale moving to the on-deck circle. As Yates steps in. On the outside part of the plate from Prescott. Prescott yet to give up a base hit, facing 1 above the minimum, 7 total. One away in the bottom of the third. And I think the umpire indicating such too. Scoreboard here says 2 gone, but there's actually 1 away. As that's a little bit high and the count goes even. One offering. A little bit inside, nearly nibbling the hips of Yates. And the count runs to 2-1. 2-1 pitch. That is a little soft shot into left field. Fluke single for Yates. And there's the first base hit off Bailey Prescott. As Yates will deliver, so nobody gets a base hit until we get to the third inning. And now both the Tigers and the Saints with a hit. Tying run aboard. As we get back to the top of the order, Ragsdale, who popped out to right field, coming to the plate. That was that catch made by Lang to begin the ball game. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Ragsdale. By the way, in between games, we keep the link live. Working on getting you the JUCO Rush. And airing that in between. Inside offering. And that even got closer to Ragsdale. Prescott has not walked anybody, hadn't given up a hit until the bottom of the third, hasn't walked anybody yet, but runs the count to 3-0 on Ragsdale. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. Yates got a pretty good jump off of the bag at first. Tempting Thacker to make a throw down. She hangs on. And back to first goes Yates. Well, that's a walk regardless. Now the ball is popped out, though, of the mid of Burris, and that gives an extra bag to Yates, and off to second goes Ragsdale. So you got a Ragsdale walk. And then an E4 into the mix. And Saints now with a couple of base runners in scoring position for Hops. And Hops with an opportunity to not only tie the game, but give the Saints the lead with a base hit. Hops popped out in center field. Her prior plate appearance grounds this one to third. Playing it perfectly is Bosley. Comes to the plate and gets the out of Yates. So Hobbs hits into the 5-2. It's the lead runner, Yates. Ragsdale at third, Hobbs at first, but there with now two gone. Barlow reached on an error and stole a base. Off and running Hobbs gets the stolen base without a throw. Tigers not willing to try to get Hobbs with Ragsdale at third. Ground foul in the direction of third. 2 on, 2 gone, bottom of inning number 3. And a strike delivered by Prescott. Count goes to 1-2. Prescott trying to get out of the bottom part of the third with that 1-zip lead intact after giving up her first base hit of the game and first walk of the game. That's a base wrap into left field. It'll bring in the tying run. Will it bring in the go-ahead run? It will. Barlow delivering with a shot to left, and the Saints take a 1-run lead. So a 2 RBI Barlow single. Hops and Ragsdale come in. Saints will take over the lead. Outside with a pitch to Doss. Well, Prescott looking like she might get out of the inning. 2 gone and a 2-strike count on Barlow, but Barlow hops on that 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. Delivers it into left field and brings in 2. And we'll get out of play on top of the dugout at first. Doss with a fly out to first in the first. Criddle moving to the on-deck circle. There's a shot to right field. Lang going back. She's there for the catch. And Doss will fly out, leaving a runner on. But Barlow drives in 2. Still a 1-run lead going to the 4th, but it now belongs to the home team.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 4th gets underway, mid part of the order to the plate. Marissa Bosley. By the way, with the 2 runs playing in the bottom of the 3rd, Odom cannot be charged with a loss in this one. Can't pick up the win, but won't be tagged with the L in those first 2 innings of work for the Saints. Bosley ground into a double play, a 6-4-3 DP to put it into the 1st. V. Burris and Hope Benton 2 up 2. Popped up, foul territory, and it will get just on the other side of the screen and out of play. Burris and Benton to follow Bosley here in the top part of inning number 4, bottom part of the inning. I know these are the weird things that I happen to notice and nobody else does nor cares, but top of the 4th, it's all B names. Bosley, Burris, and Benton to lead off the inning. Bottom of the 4th, all C names. Criddle, Carroll, and Clements. I understand. Not relevant. Just one of those things that pop into a Strange hand. That is dropped into center field. A leadoff single from Bosley, and the tying run on for the Fighting Tigers in the top of the fourth. First of a couple of games to be played this afternoon. We'll have about a 30-minute break in between, and I think I have been able to download the JUCO Rush for this week, all about junior college football. So we'll squeeze that in between ball games. I think it is about 29 minutes long, so I think we'll have time to get it in between game 1 and 2. Typically, it's right at 30 minutes. And is hit to the right side, but gets out of play. One ball, one strike on Burris, who reached on an E4, one of 3 LBW errors. That error came in the second and put leadoff on. And here we are in the fourth with the leadoff on, and Burris at the plate. And as a matter of fact, the Tigers have put leadoff aboard 3 out of 4 innings. Two-one pitch to Burris. Long look to the dugout, to the bench for Stocks, as that is sent foul back this direction, hit the screen, and then wound up in the mitt of Carroll. But it did make me aware, since it almost cleared the screen, that we are vulnerable here to a fouled off pitch. Two-two offering. Too far inside. And the count runs full. 3 balls and a couple of strikes on Burris. Boy, Stocks taking a long look over to the dugout for the pitch call. High with the offering, and a walk is given. Down to first trots Burris. And that will put the potential tying run over into scoring position. And bring Hope Benton to the plate. Benton with a fly out to center field. She is 0 for 1 in the game. I mentioned that Andrew College is out of the GCAA, the Georgia Collegiate Athletic Association. We are handling the stream for Georgia Military College, all of their home games this year. So we will actually be in Georgia, I think, for their first home game on I think it's maybe the 15th of February, Georgia Military and Florence Technical. Benton the first out in the second inning. Pops this one up on the infield. Barlow calls for it at third. And Benton is out number 1. So one away for Leia Singleton. Singleton with a fly out to short. That is the second fly out on the infield for the Tigers. And the first was from Singleton. Singleton with that fly out to short to Doss. Happened a couple of innings ago. Outside with the pitch, throw to first. Back safely goes Burris. Holding at second is Bosley. We are an hour in, and in the top of the fourth. Swing and a miss by Singleton. Full by the off speed from Stocks, and the count evens up. One ball, one strike. One away, two aboard. Here in the top of the fourth. Ground back to Stocks, goes to second to get one. And there will not be a relay on to first. Dawson had to make sure she got that foot on the bag, and it was the reach back and the tag of the runner that took enough time off the base path to get Singleton on. So Singleton will wrap into the 1-6. Bosley the third, Singleton at first. And there's two gone for Bailey Prescott. Prescott was Odom's strikeout victim in the second inning. And of the starting 9, this is the last of the Tigers to get a first look at Bailey Stocks. One 1-0 pitch. That is dropped into right field. And it'll bring in a run. Throw going to third and skips away from Barlow. Giving an extra bag to Prescott. In is Bosley, in the game tied at 2. So Prescott with the RBI single. And they're checking on Singleton to make sure she's okay with that hard slide into third. And apparently she is. Well, the potential steal executed to perfection. Singleton was breaking for second. And that had gotten moving towards second, giving a bigger gap to right for Prescott. And Prescott delivering into the hole to bring in Bosley. Ties the game up at 2 and sends us back to the top of the order. Emma Warnock stepping in. Warnock has walked and popped out to left. 0 for 1 in the game with a run scored. Just a little bit high with a pitch. Criddle, Carroll, and Clements in the bottom of the fourth. Not every diamond in the ACCC has lights, but we do have here. So nightfall is not a worry, and thus you can start later if you wish. Ground foul towards third. And as a result, we get a 2 p.m. start. Which does mean the possibility exists that you get game number 2 underway, maybe not at nightfall, but with the better part of the game played after you need lights. Well, we've got lights. That's not an issue. A little bit inside with a pitch. Stocks trying to get it to break and cut across the corner of that plate. Just left it outside. Count goes to 3-1. Jasmine Lang moving to the on-deck circle. That is a fair ball down the line into left field. It'll bring in the go-ahead run. Singleton scores a double for Warnock. And Singleton and Prescott in. And the Tigers reclaim the lead. Warnock delivering with a 2 RBI double. Coach coming out to have a conversation with Stocks. Stocks came into the game in the third. And Coach calling the infield and outfield in for this conversation. So when they talk, we break. The new pitcher is Ariel Williams. By the way, it's Bailey Stokes that had been pitching. Almost said preaching. She had been pitching. Originally, Coach texted me Stocks, and right behind it had the correct pronunciation, but I missed the second of the two texts, so she's been Stocks for about an inning and a half. But she is actually Stokes, and Stokes out of the game. Williams in. With a base runner at second. Inside with a pitch to Lang. So Stokes will work an inning and 2/3 and face 10. Did not have a strikeout. Handed out a single walk. Gave up 4 hits. As this one is wrapped right back to Williams. She'll go to first, get Lang on the 1-3 and a runner is stranded. But 3 runs in. Off a total of 3 base hits. Andrew College taking a 2-run lead into the home half of the 4th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. It's that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State.
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. And it is Criddle who will start it off for LBW, down by 2 after a 3-hit, 3-run top of the fourth for Andrew College. Criddle, Carroll, and Clements here in the bottom of the fourth. And as the Saints look to respond to the runs that played in the top part of the inning. A little bit outside with a pitch to Criddle, who ground into the 4-3 in the second. Top of the fourth, Bosley leads it off with a single. And the RBI on the Prescott single as that is wrapped into left field and a leadoff base hit for Criddle. Third hit of the game for the Saints. And then you have the 2 RBI double from Emma Warnick. So Andrew College taking a 1-run deficit, turning it into a 2-run lead. As you got a courtesy runner coming in for Criddle. Again, I don't have a roster, but we'll acknowledge that there's a new runner. Carroll coming to the plate with a base runner on. Tying run of the plate, bottom of the fourth. Effort to bunt. The runner still gets over. It'll be a strike called on Carroll. But it gets Criddle where Criddle wanted to go, or at least her runner. And that is in scoring position at second. I'll tell you the happiest Tiger from that 3-run top of the fourth is pitcher Bailey Prescott, who had given up the 2 base hits and the 2 runs in the bottom of the third and was able to get the lead back. Too far inside with a pitch to Carroll. Clements on deck, Gotten in the hole. NBA tonight all starts later. For some reason, it seems later than 3:16. Another pitch inside. So in about 3 hours, the first of the NBA gets underway. Nets, Hornets, Pistons, Pacers, Raptors, and Wizards are all your 6 p.m. games. Outside with a pitch and a walk given to Carroll. And that tying run gets on. Go-ahead run coming to the plate for the Saints. With a couple of base runners on. Top 25 college basketball, the men, they too start at 6. And your 6 p.m. games, number 1, Auburn and LSU. Number 6, Houston and West Virginia. Number 17, Wisconsin and Maryland. And number 22, Texas Tech and TCU. Ground back to Prescott. Nobody covering. Everybody is safe. Bases loaded for the Saints. Godden coming to the plate. Yates to the on-deck circle. And the Saints threatening to take that lead right back. Godden ground into a 6-3 in the third. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Godden. And if you are Prescott, there is a ton of pressure on this pitch. Got the count to 2-0. You do not want to run into 3-0 on Godden at any point, but especially with the bases loaded. Got the outside part of the plate. Big pitch from Prescott. NCAA Women's Top 25 gets underway at 5 p.m. And that'll be number 14, Maryland and Penn State. Right back it goes to Prescott. Dropped it, everybody. Safe, and the run is in. So Criddle will score. Base is full. E1 bringing in the run. And it's a 4-3 lead. Yates to the plate. Had a single. Advanced on an error in the third. And eventually was out on a 5-2 during the hops at bat. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Yates. Still loaded up. Godden in first, Clements at second, Carroll at third. Outside with a pitch. Nobody gone. Just a little bit high, and Prescott now in a quandary. 3-0 count, bases loaded, nobody gone, down by just a run for the Saints. Obviously, Tigers with a 1-run advantage, but a lot could change hinged on this 3-0 pitch. That is high and away. Yates will pick up the RBI on the bases loaded walk. We're tied up, and the go-ahead runs at third, and still nobody gone. Run all the way back to third is Clements by Casey Thacker. 4-4 ball game. And Prescott going to get a visit with nobody gone and the bases full in this tie contest. And let's see if Prescott will stay or go. As Clements, Godden, and Yates on, top of the order, Ragsdale at the plate. And the Saints poised to try to blow this game apart. Tigers trying to keep it even at 4 before going to the 5th. So Prescott will stay, count 2-0 on Ragsdale. Ragsdale with a fly out to right field and a walk. .30 count, Ragsdale taking a strike. And it is 3-1. Hops on deck, 3-1 pitch, Ragsdale. It is outside, and another run comes in. So Ragsdale with the bases loaded RBI. And staying in is Prescott. As that one is popped up and gets out of play. Just a little bit outside the Hops. Hops with a flat in the center field, a ground out to third. Has stolen a base and scored a run. Big inning for the Saints. They've played at 3, don't have anybody gone. They've got the bases loaded. Outside with a pitch, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Nice catch made at first by Hope Benton. Looked like it was going to get over the head of Benton, but Benton with a nice grab and almost able to get that tag around and tag out Ragsdale at first. But Ragsdale able to get back safely. Inside with a pitch to Barlow. With the bases loaded, that was the first out in the inning on Hops. Barlow has reached on an error and contributed a 2 RBI single. Ground to short, dropped there by Burris. But still able to hang with it, go over to third and get the out. The run does come in. So instead of the 6-2 that might have gotten the runner, it is the 6-5. And it will get Yates. Godden comes in to score. So Barlow will pick up the RBI. She's on at first. Ragsdale in second. And the Saints have hit around. Doss at the plate. Doss representing the 9th hitter in the inning. Foul away. She is popped out first and right. 0 for 2 in the game. That is well hit towards left field. It will sail up against the wall on the one hop. Into scores Ragsdale. Barlow rounding third. She's in. Doss. 2 RBI double. And the Saints build the lead to 4. And the Saints hitting around here in the bottom part of the 4th. Turning it into an 8-4 lead. And the lady who started it off, Criddle, back to the plate. And she started it off with a single. Criddle ground into a 4-3 and singled, 1 for 2 with a run scored. And that run scored came earlier in the inning. That'll hop past Bosley. At third, in will come the runner. Doss, Saints by 5. That is run number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the inning. I think coach officially putting Criddle back into the ballgame because Criddle came out of the game for the runner at first. So she has been officially put back on the lineup card as the Saints have hit around. And that might be what the Andrew College coach is asking. And I don't know the rules, but I am assuming the rules are that if you are put back on the lineup card before doing that, hitting the ball and putting it in play, you're okay. Flown out to left field by Criddle. Catch made there by Chrysler, but a big Saints inning. They take a 5-run lead into the top of the 5th. That is a foul ball towards first base by leadoff hitter Reese Krassler here in the top of the fifth. Saints putting together a big inning, 3 hits, 7 runs, which also featured 3 walks. And another LBW pitcher off the hook, Odom, who left with a deficit, can't lose the game. Stokes, who left with a deficit, now cannot lose the game. Scooped up at third by Barlow, goes to first, and Krassler out on the 5-3. So there is one away for Casey Thacker. And of course, where Odoms and Stokes are concerned, they can't win the game either. So now if you're looking at pitchers of record, for the moment they are Williams and Prescott. As Casey Thacker steps in, she reached on an error. Ground into a 6-4 and now has ground out to the pitcher. So Ariel Williams with a nice play to get Thacker. And Marissa Bosley coming to the plate. Bosley is ground into the double play and single. First pitch, popped up right side, and there for the catch is Clements. 3 up, 3 down. That's the first time that has happened in the top half of an inning. Thus far today, we go to the bottom part of the inning. Carroll, Clements, and Gotten all due up. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Carroll, Clements, and Godden due up in the inning. A 9-4 Saints lead. Trying to start things in positive fashion as far as the season goes. The season opener against Andrew College. Baseball about to get underway. I say about. They're probably still about an hour and a half, closer to 2 hours away from Calhoun and LBW this afternoon. I have no explanation as to why it feels so much later than it actually is. Maybe it's because we typically this time of the year doing basketball, which generally speaking on a weekday is starting around 5:30 in the afternoon. So when we're an hour and a half into the game, we're typically around 7 o'clock-ish or so. But we're into softball. And a 2 o'clock game, an hour and a half or so in, is nowhere near 7. On the inside part of the plate to Carroll. Leadoff hitter, bottom of the 5th. After 10 go to the plate in the 4th for the Saints. Shot towards left field. And over to make the catch is Reese Chrysler. Out will go Carroll. So the same lady who ended the bottom of the 4th with a catch in left begins the bottom of the 5th with a catch in left, Chrysler. One out for Clements. Clements with a fly out to right field and a single. 1 for 2 in the game. Well, again, be sure to follow us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. And got a real serious focus on getting more subscribers to our YouTube channel in center field. Over to make the catch is Emma Warnick, and out will go Clements. And there's 2 away. And it does look like we picked up some new subscribers. Thank you very much. We want more, though. You know, never happy. Always wanting more. But when you subscribe, you get access to games. You get access to shows, interviews, highlight clips, and a whole lot more. And you're helping our community grow. Yeah, our YouTube community, if you will. That'll be a base hit into left field for Godden. 6th hit of the game for the Saints. 2-out shot. Has a base runner on. Oops, a little bit late hitting the camera. We're one-man bands here. So, yeah, your cameras, your score, your play-by-play, all by me. And that means when the sour note is hit, you know who hit it. My apologies. Missed the camera button or hit the wrong one, apparently. On the single by Godden, Yates to the plate. She will drop it into center field, and you've got back-to-back base hits with 2 gone. And a couple of runners aboard. Top of the order, Ragsdale to the plate, low and away with the offering. Andrew Collins in the 6th will send Burris, Benton, and Singleton to the plate. Ragsdale got a piece of it. Foul tipped it back. She's 0 for 1 in the game. Popped out to right field in the 1st, walked in the 3rd and 4th. Hops is on deck. On the inside part of the plate, couple of strikes on Ragsdale. Bailey Prescott looking for her first K of the game. Last 2-strike count I remember turned into a 2 RBI single. Outside with a pitch. Little bobble over at 3rd. And everybody safe. Godden at 3rd, Yates at 2nd. 2 ball, 2 strike offering. It is lifted foul and out of play, and the count will remain 2-2. Well, it is so wet around the outside of the ballpark that when those balls hit, they don't travel far. They just kind of plod or plop. Two-two pitch. That nearly gets Ragsdale and will allow Godden to score from third. So the wild pitch bringing in a run. It's got Yates to third. Here's the payoff pitch, 3-2 offering. Popped up, center field, and Warnick will make the catch. 1 run in, 1 runner on. We head to the 6th, and the lead is 6. Saints on top.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Burris taking a fastball just a little bit outside of the strike zone. Benton and Singleton due up in the inning, too. Season opener for both teams. It wasn't intended to be that way for Andrew College. They were to have played last week at Gadsden State, but you know about that little bit of snow, you know, that record amount. Kind of changed all plans a week ago. So it turns into the season opener today in Alabama. For Andrew Collins, strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Burris. Burris has reached on an error and walked. Home Benton, Layla Singleton due up in the inning, 2. Bottom of the 6th, it'll be Hops, Barlow, and Doss for the Saints. A long way to go before these teams get to conference championship play. For Alabama, it will be again at Alabaster in Veterans Park. Inside with a pitch and a walk by Williams will put Burris on. And for Georgia, I know last year they played their conference tournament at Georgia Highlands, but I don't know if that is a annual contract bid and they decide year to year, or if you're at one location for several years. Not sure how that works in Georgia.
Normally Olivia starts.
Bunting foul by Benton. Let's see, last year's GCAA winner, I believe it was ABAC, which is not a GCAA team anymore. They are now an NAIA school. As that's fouled away by Benton. And in Alabama Division II,
Well, I was sick the whole time, I guess.
who did win it last year? I'll have to ponder that for a bit. Was it maybe Sneed State? They might be a D1. Heck, I don't know. I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, much less who won a year ago. That is fouled off of Benton. And Benton in some pain. And she is going to be given an opportunity to either shake off the pain or leave the game. Right now, looks like she's going to try to shake off the pain. And she's going to be given every opportunity in the world to get that pain gone out of here. By the way, have seen where softball on Friday has been moved to tomorrow for Coastal Alabama South. Let me pull that up and see if I can give you the specifics. 1 and 3 tomorrow against Pensacola State. So we will see what we can do about getting somebody there for 1 and 3 o'clock games at Coastal South for softball. Not sure about the baseball. Apparently it's still on for Friday.
It's just something, they get so excited.
In Mississippi, unless something has changed in the past year that we moved, during COVID, they stopped doing driving tests so you could pass your permit once you turn 16. He was kind of before he was
Well, she's gimpy, but she's about to pick up the stick, and we're talking about Hope Benton. Fouling the pitch off and fouling it off her foot. I am seriously surprised that more people aren't more seriously injured by things like that. You know, those bones in the top of the foot aren't particularly large.
But I didn't mean to stop you. Probably on a mission. Yes, sir.
But apparently she's ready. Williams steps back into the circle. Benton in the box. A little bit low with the pitch, and the count goes 1 and 2. That is ground right back to Williams, and struggling to get to first is Benton. She will be out on the 1-3. And I don't know if she's going to be able to continue at first when the Tigers take the field in the bottom part of the inning. Burris will go to second, and there's one away. Leah Singleton next. That is fouled to back. Singleton chasing one outside. Bailey Prescott to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch. Singleton with a fly out to short in the second, and then ground out the pitcher in the fourth. But that ground out went to second, so Singleton got on, and she eventually came in and scored a run on the single by Prescott. One-two pitch, that is sent foul over towards third, and coach takes a tumble trying to get out of the way and draws a few jeers from his players. Bailey Prescott is on deck. Just a little bit outside. I am not sure when we are back for softball here at LBW. We don't have all of the home games. I believe it is 9 of the home games. Baseball tomorrow here from LBW. I'll scan my Google Calendar as that one is ground to third. Throw goes to first. Out will go Singleton. And then to third goes Burris, 5-3 the put out. Looks like we're back on the 6th of February. Northeast Alabama and LBW in a softball doubleheader on the 6th. Bailey Prescott, the Andrew College pitcher, has struck out and singled. 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. Creeping up on 2 hours into the game. That is ground foul by Prescott. One ball, one strike. And it is 1-2. Top of the order waits on deck. Emma Warnick. Bottom of the 6th. Hops, Barlow, and Doss for the Saints. Hey, thanks very much to LBW for the opportunity to be here and bring you coverage. 9 softball and 9 baseball matchups this year. Not games necessarily. 9 dates. So in most instances, there are 2 games per date. So you're looking at about 18 total games for softball and baseball. Count even in 2. 2 gone. Base runner at third. Outside of the strike zone and a full count. It is full at 3-2. Prescott the last out in the second inning when she struck out. Singled with 1 away in the 4th and strikes out in the 6th. 1 runner stranded. That is 6 left aboard by Andrew College. As we head to the bottom of the 6th and to the 2, 3, and 4 spots in the order for the Saints when we go to the home half of inning 6.
round robin, yeah, round robin, yeah.
So, of course, softball, the person in the state gets fired. If somebody gets fired,
What time do you think you'll be here in the morning? We're not going nowhere.
Okay.
We're just, it'd be his first time, period. It'll be my first time with the same. I'm gonna try to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, well, it may be, actually, not just give that sort of thing. You don't have that sort of thing. Oh, you got this, that,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah. So, it's sort of being,
And the more I watch you, what you were actually putting score on the screen, the little things you were doing, so I may not tackle all that. Start, you know what I mean? I can give a score.
you gotta put your toe in first.
Well, you, as long as you understand.
Yeah, oh, no,
As long as you
no.
understand.
Yeah, 'cause I do that.
Well, he and I are gonna, so you can do it, you can, so I'm gonna do what I call it myself. I do too when no one's around.
Right. I understand that.
But if somebody's around, it's all good.
I'm not a fan of this. I've been in the radio for 40 something years. When people are, you know, I'm conscious of it. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
She was, the lady said here, she was the coach's wife. Too. Remember I told you, she coached the East English, and when his daughter left, he coached her softball. And she graduated, he retired.
We head to the bottom of the sixth. Hobbs, Barlow, and Doss all come into the plate. A 6-run Saints lead as we have just surpassed the 2-hour mark. Popped up on the infield and coming over from short to make the catch is Burris. So Hobbs with a fly out for out number 1. Barlow and Doss to follow. A reminder, in between ball games, we don't shut the link down. The link stays live, but we will bring you JUCO Rush. It is all about junior college football, and of course, this point of the year, there's no games, obviously. So we're talking about all the recruiting, all the signings. And, man, a lot of guys have signed. Wayman Jordan from Pensacola, who played for Hutch, is signed with Southern Cal. You got Hunter Deckers, who had that little gambling incident with Iowa State and then went to Iowa Western. Trying to get to the NFL. What a grab at second by Singleton, and out will go Barlow. And there's 2 away. And a ton of JUCO guys going to Division I schools. It's why when you have an opportunity to see junior college athletics, you take it. Because you are going to miss seeing, if you don't, somebody that could be playing at the professional level. Bryce Harper was a JUCO product. Cam Newton was a JUCO product. And on the list goes. Aaron Rodgers played JUCO ball in California. Little low and away with a pitch to Doss. Or actually low and inside to Doss. Doss 1 for 3 in the game. Kirby Puckett was a junior college product. List goes on and on. Little high with the offering to Doss, who popped out to first in the first. Flew out to right in the third, had a double and drove in a pair of runs in the fourth. 1 for 3 in the game. 2 gone as Prescott gets set to deliver. And does so into the strike zone, 3-1. Three-one pitch. Got the inside part of the plate. And battling back is Prescott. Turns it into a full count at 3-2. Doss the last out in the first and third innings. Trying to avoid being the final out in the sixth. Takes a pitch low and away, and she will walk down to first. So a base runner aboard. And Criddle coming to the plate. Criddle ground into a 4-3 single. And popped out to left field, 1 for 3 in the game. That'll go to the screen and give an opportunity for Doss to take second. Got a new first baseman, by the way. That injury to Hope Benton. Benton fouling that pitch off of her foot. And Emma Warnick has moved to first. Looks like Jasmine Lang has moved into center field. Ground to third, bobbled there by Bosley. And on compliments of the error is Criddle. That'll be error number 4 of the game for Andrew College. And a base runner on. A little bit outside with the pitch. Off and running is Criddle. That'll get Doss in, and then Criddle will be tagged out. So the run will count. As Doss will come in to score, Criddle will get tagged out at third. A 7-run lead as we head to the 7th inning. Andrew College got to have a big inning to send it to the home half of the last inning. Top of the 7th gets underway. Top of the order coming to the plate. It is Emma Warnick, who began the game in center field and moved to first with the injury to Benton. Starting things off. And it is a rather large hole to dig out of if you are Andrew Collins. Popped up to center field, and there is the first out. Catch made by Hops. And there is one out. And don't forget, in between ball games, Link stays live. We bring you the JUCO Rush. It's about a 29-minute show, so I think that should fill up the gap between games 1 and 2. Jasmine Lang has reached on an error, singled, and ground out to the pitcher. 1 for 3 in the game. And then we will get, by the way, after the JUCO Rush, into game number 2. Little floater to Williams. She'll make the catch, and there's 2 gone. Well, it's not the impossible, it's the improbable. Down by 7 with 2 gone. Top of the 7th, Reese Krassler coming to the plate. I bring it up often. Did a junior college game between Wallace Hansful and MMI. This has been 8 years ago, probably. And Wallace Hansful scored 16 runs with 2 outs. So it's possible. Odds are not good to overcome the 7-run deficit with 2 gone, but it is possible. Krassler hit by a pitch, popped out to the catcher, and ground out to third. Two-0 pitch, too low, too far inside. Williams came into the ball game, wrapped up the 4th in the circle, then pitched a 1-2-3 5th, gave up a walk in the 6th, and has a couple of outs and a 3-0 count here in the 7th. Strike delivered, 3-1. So we'll quickly wrap up coverage, get to the JUCO Rush, so we can hopefully get it all in, and then game 2 of the doubleheader coming up. Foul away in the count full. Ariel Williams has 1 strikeout in the game. Fan Bailey Prescott in the 6th. Here is your payoff pitch. 3-2 offering to Krassler. High and away, and she's given a walk. So Krassler down to first. Casey Thacker coming to the plate. Thacker reached on an error, ground out to short, ground out to the pitcher. 0 for 3 in the game. Marissa Bosley is on deck. Ground to second, grab there by Cotton, goes to first, and Thacker grounds into the 4-3, and that is your ball game. This one goes final, first of 2. It is a win for the Saints. They will open the season successfully off 7 hits. Left 3 on, committed 3 errors, Got 2 runs in the 3rd and 7 in the 4th, added a run in the 5th and in the 6th. Andrew Collins, 4 hits, 4 errors, leaving 7 aboard. Got a run in the 1st, tacked on 3 in the 4th. So it starts successfully for the Saints. Second game of 2 in a half hour. Between now and then, here is the JUCO Rush.
I might have to let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop.
And welcome into the JUCO Rush. I'm Mike Fraser at JUCO Weekly. He's Robert Williamson. Robert, how was it down there, man? Snow, first time and probably once in a lifetime experience for you to get that much snow.
Oh, yeah. 93, I think, was the last year that we had snow that stuck. And this has been a record amount of snow. I've heard Snowmageddon. I've heard Snowcopolis, I think. Heck, 8 inches here, 10 inches down in Florida.
Yeah, I think New Orleans set a record, man. That was something, man. Man,
Eat your heart out, Chicago.
How about it, man? You guys, who would have thought you guys would pile up the totals? I mean, you're blowing us away. I mean, we're at 2 inches for the year again. So, yeah, hey, it's all yours, big fella. Have at it.
We're ready to give it back. But, hey, we got more important things to talk about. We got some, despite the fact it's the off season, it doesn't feel like the off season.
No, this is the money season, man. This is where it's at. You know, guys signing, guys committing, guys making decisions, you know, on where to go. Of course, the first Wednesday in February is signing day. That's coming up here pretty quick. You know, you look at some of the guys. Let's take it. The guy you covered, Keenan Phillips, down there at Georgia Military. I mean, man, the portal. A couple of guys, a couple of running backs from South Alabama, Braylon McReynolds and Demarion Bothwell. They went into the transfer portal. That means South Alabama needed running backs. In slides Keenan Phillips from Georgia Military. He is signed, sealed, and delivered. He's enrolled at South Alabama, so he's taking courses. Maurice Edwards at Lackawanna, another talented running back. Here's a guy, not signed, but he's committed to South Alabama as well. There you see the portal opening it up. A couple of JUCO guys able to slide in there, and then that's what South Alabama did.
And I know where Georgia Military is concerned, they're delighted that Keenan has signed, but I got a feeling they would kind of like to have him back, though. He was a redshirt freshman, had another year of eligibility at the junior college level, but he's going to go not too far down the road to Mobile and play for Major Applewhite, if that name rings a bell, longtime Texas QB.
Look, and what a talented guy Phillips was, one of the top 5 running backs in the country. In the NJCAA, I mean, was it UAB, Middle Tennessee State, Western Kentucky, Eastern Michigan, UL Monroe, all offered him, and he chose to go to South Alabama. They're in the middle of building a brand new athletic facility / stadium there. That's in the making. They've been going after that now for a couple of years. So good for Keenan, man. That's a quality running back that went to South Alabama. You know, another big splash. How about Bryce Vinery over at Butler? Man, Dylan Dunn, that quarterback, signed and heads to Butler.
Man, and maybe I'm hoping that this is kind of a sign of things to come, where you get some marquee names into the junior college level before they begin their playing career. You know, we see marquee names after the fact typically, but maybe before. And Hunter Decker, though I know different circumstances, obviously fared extremely well at the junior college level, got the attention of footballers beyond JUCO. Maybe these guys like Dylan Dunn thinking the same thing.
Well, look, he's a BYU guy, quality football player, comes from the state of Kansas. There's a great example of the new JUCO law rule where a guy now Dylan can come down, play. His plan is to play 1 year at Butler, take those numbers and that success and parlay that into an FBS school and maybe one that he wants to go to as opposed to what was just offered this time.
So it is going to be interesting. Most yardage by a QB at the JUCO level in a single season. Bo Wallace at East Mississippi, about 4,500 yards. Can Dylan Dunn do it? Well, I guess if anybody can, he can.
Yeah, so that's a big catch for Bryce at Butler, no doubt about it, for him to go there. So, you know, a lot more of that to come. Anxious to see. I know you're looking at, you know, where some of these guys going to go. We'll take a look at that in our undecided graphic. And, hey, let's dive into it. Let's go into the defensive guys and look at some of these guys that have signed and to continue their career. And I mean, I guess we're going, what, defensive lineman first? Is that where we're going, guys? Yeah, there it is. Okay. You know, you look at a bunch of guys on that list. My guy is Xavier Hardy. You look at that list right there, East Mississippi. A lot of quality guys on there. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, 6'6", 280. He's got the size and strength to play anywhere on the defensive front. Boy, that's a football player. Him, and you see for Jones, Kelton Mickle, another one. And these guys are borderline 4-star guys. Depending on where you look, I think Rivals has Hardy at a 4-star guy, 2.47, 3.5 stars maybe. These guys are 4-star guys. Mickle, look at it, signed, was he 6'2", 295. He's going to TCU, was the number 1 JUCO prospect according to Rivals. So those are two of the guys standing out on that list for me.
I'm going to shine the spotlight on anybody that becomes a Camel, and that is what Justin Garza from Blinn has done. He's gone to Campbell to play for the Camels, and they got a heck of a player in Justin Garza. This is a fellow who had 19 and a half tackles for a loss during the course of the regular season at Blinn, a couple of forced fumbles, broke up passes. He is a legitimate D1 guy and is headed to Camel to become a Camel.
Then you look at the defensive backs, that list there. You take a look at some of those guys. Here's my guy, Jaden Lawton. That's the guy I want to look at, 6'2", 175. You know, back in December of 23, he decommits from San Jose State, goes to JUCO route, parlays that into a hard commit to the University of Houston.
And the guy that I want to bring up is not on this graphic. You know why? Because he was a QB at junior college, and that is Chip Cooper. Chip Cooper has signed to play as a DB at Georgia State. So that will be interesting to see how the Georgia Military College Bulldog fares.
Look, I'm happy for Chip. He can now dish out some of the punishment that he took in that Hutch game. I mean, what a tough customer. I mean, he got hammered quite a bit by that front at Hutchinson, and he kept getting up, and now he's a DB. So go get him, Chip. I mean, man. Let's go linebackers here. Boy, you look at that list, boy, a bunch of guys that jump out. Ishmael Conte and Jawarren Corbin. We had Jawarren on the JUCO rush a while back. Robert, those are two quality guys in my book right there on that list of linebackers.
And also got to mention Montrell Chapman, Mississippi Gulf Coast. He is signed with Mississippi State, which also got LaKendrick James out of Colin. So Mississippi State has fared extremely well in picking up some linebackers from MACCC schools. Got to get used to that extra C on there.
It'll always be the Mac Jack for me. It'll always be the MACJC, the Mac Jack.
Yep.
That is the branding that the Mac. I mean, now they're the MACCC. So yeah, that's what they are now. So hey, speaking of linebackers, Will Cornelson, JUCO Weekly Trophy finalist. He signed, as you see there. He's moving on to Idaho. He sat down with the JUCO rush. Will Cornelson now joins us on his way to Idaho as he signed to play football for the Vandals. He joins us. Will, first of all, the process. What sold you on Idaho? Who recruited you? Who was the wild card that brought you over the finish line to go to school out there?
So it's a big culture shock, other side of the country. I got a call. I was on my way to training one day, and Coach Dennison, he's the defensive coordinator here. He shot me a call, and I mean it just felt right. I've been praying on it, and everything he was about, everything he was saying, I agreed with. I liked the program. I liked what the program was about. I looked into the program before they offered me, when they were recruiting me, and it felt like the right fit. And ever since I've been here, I've just proven myself right.
Will, you may not know this, but it snows a lot in Idaho. And I know down in Texas, the weather is pretty much football, compatible. Idaho, not so much. So did that play any role? Did that put any hesitation on going to Idaho?
To be completely honest, no. I'm so sick of that humid heat, and it's sometimes you actually got to shovel snow out of that. We have an outside facility and an indoor as well, but sometimes I see guys out there shoveling snow for like a little 10, 15 yards, like square yard place to get some like foot drills in or something. So I'm it's a culture shock, but I actually really like it. It's.
Have you had an opportunity to reflect back on a career at Tyler? I know that you go through the 2 years at Tyler, and then you've got this process of signing and getting to a new 4-year school. But have you actually had a chance to sit back and reflect on what a great career you had and a great year you had at Tyler?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I reflect all the time. Going JUCO, starting out at Texas State, and then having to take the JUCO route. It was a lot of adversity, and whenever I look back on that, it's all that adversity. It really turned me into the man that I am. I'd say I came out a lot stronger. I came out a lot better. I'm a better football player. I'm a better man. Thanks. I had really good mentors out there. Coach Jacobson, Coach Bear. I had really good brothers out there, and it was that process. Reflecting on that, it's nothing short of a blessing. So I'm very grateful that happened to me.
Will, where do the Vandals expect you to play on the field, and what about playing time? What have they told you?
So right now they have me at Mike linebacker, so I'll be playing pretty much the same position that I was playing at TJC, which that was also a big thing for me as well. I was only really recruited to play Mike, but they want me there, which I'm obviously very happy about. Playing time wise, it's college football, so it's any man's game. Best man plays. So I'm not expecting anything out of the staff. I'm just going to show up spring ball ready to prove myself and show what I can do. So right now, my journey right now, my last head coach, he liked a bigger frame Mike. I'm cutting down probably like 5 to 8 pounds, try and get in that like 225, 226, 227 range. That's just to increase speed. That's kind of my goal right now, athletically, to get ready for spring ball. I'm getting in, obviously extra work all the time, whenever I can, whenever I'm not in class. It's a grind 24/7. So it's a new defense, it's a new DC. So the installation, it's going to be a little funky getting into it. The coaches have to learn the players and learn what they want to run with this defense. So. It's been a slow progression learning the defense, but once coaches get back from the road recruiting, then I think that'll start to pick up a lot more.
Will, you are always thinking ahead, even though you were in the present. You're thinking about the future. High school, you're thinking about college. JUCO, you're thinking about a 4-year institution. Now in Idaho, are you thinking ahead beyond the University of Idaho football-wise?
Absolutely, 100%. I fully expect myself to play on Sundays without a doubt. I mean, that's been my goal since I was a little kid, and those aspirations are absolutely still alive. And every year I've just been one step closer to that. So I'm just going to keep praying on it and keep controlling the controllables.
You look at where you're going and playing the mic. What about on that roster? How deep is that roster from a linebacker position? Have you gotten to know any of the guys so far?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So there's a couple of guys that I know are good. It's obviously I'm really the only upperclassman that was recruited here. They brought a stud freshman linebacker in. His name's Martin Ryan, early enrollee. He'll be at the will. But I mean, as far as the mic position goes, like I said, there's always going to be ballers at a program, so I'm not going to take that lightly. I'm just going to go into spring with my head down, working my butt off.
Hitting a couple other schools close prior to committing and signing with Idaho. SEMO was one of them. Who finished second in your recruiting journey?
Second, that's really honestly hard to say. I mean, I had a lot of opportunities come up pretty late that I just didn't want to pull the trigger on, after I committed. And I kind of told myself once I committed, I'm going there. I'm not looking back. So there were some like FBS opportunities like that came real late. There were some schools that wanted to come in like last second, how recruiting goes. But I was really locked in with Coach Dennison. I liked what he was about. I liked what Coach Ford was about, and it was an easy decision for me. So I can't say I have an answer for you on that. There was no number two. It was just Idaho.
Being a JUCO Weekly Trophy finalist, I think that puts you over the top at Idaho, man. They saw that and said, we got to get this guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Will, congratulations, by the way, on being the number 3 guy, or one of the top 3 where the JUCO Weekly Trophy is concerned, the number 1 defensive guy. It's been a great year. We expect no less at the University of Idaho, and I'll concur. I'm looking forward to watching you play on Sundays in about, maybe 3 years or so.
Hopefully 1 or 2. That's the goal. But yes, sir. Hopefully 1 or 2.
Well, you're a good man. We appreciate your accessibility. We look forward to staying in touch with you. Thanks for jumping on the JUCO Rush, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
And back on the JUCO Rush, powered by Pepsi. Great folks down there in Gulfport, Mississippi. Allen Beverages, proud supporters of junior college athletics. They understand the educational benefits, the importance of a quality education, as well as athletics across the country in the National Junior College Athletic Association. All right, let's take a look at the offensive line. And, I look at these guys right here. Like quality list, how do you argue with one of the best in the country? This guy's, in my book, he's one of the top 10 players in the country. That's that old tackle, Laparca Langston, signed back on December 10th with the University of Central Florida, 6'8", 310, 3-star guy. Robert, that to me is one of the headliners around the country at that position.
Oh, indeed. And too, when you look at these offensive linemen who have committed, and they've committed to major D1s, it shows you the quality of athleticism on that offensive line at the junior college level. Cameron Todd at Garden City, Julio Madero from Navarro. Texas shows up a lot in these lists. And a lot of the teams that at the end of the year were in the top 4, the top 5, they're the teams that have the guys that are the top offensive linemen going to some of the top 4-year institutions in the country.
Yeah, it's a quality list when you look at some of those guys around the country throughout the NJCAA. Running backs, we talked earlier about Demarion Petit, Waymon Jordan Jr. He's been a guest a couple of times on the JUCO Rush. He was the JUCO Weekly Trophy recipient. We had him on the show last week. But, man, that list is strong across the line. We just talked about Keenan Phillips. Again, way to parlay that in. A couple of guys jump in the portal for South Alabama. It opens it up. Major Applewhite, where does he go? He says, I'm not going to the portal. I know some JUCO guys I want. He takes Keenan Phillips, gets him signed, and rolled on campus. Then he goes after Maurice Edwards out of Lackawanna, gets a commitment from Maurice. 2 quality backs, building depth for South Alabama in that backfield. My guy, though, I tell you, look, DeJuan Lacey is a guy I've been high on, committed to East Carolina. His numbers just stopped throughout the course of what he's done. I mean, he's 4 of his last 5 games, he was able to rush for over 100 yards, averaged 102 yards a game, rushed for 1,119 yards and 14 touchdowns. Great number right here, Robert. No fumbles, didn't even put it on the carpet, let alone losing any.
I don't think the guy's fumbled since he was in 6th grade or somewhere. It's way back for DeJuan Lacey.
He'll argue with you there.
Waymon Jordan got to bring him up from Southern Cal now at Southern Cal. Had him on a week ago.
All right, quarterbacks. Robert, what jumps out at you?
Well, I got a quarterback that is not on our list, but he just recently committed and signed, and I like this guy. We had him on the JUCO Rush about midway through the season, and as a matter of fact, he was not the starter at the beginning of the year for Navarro, but Mason Shore wound up throwing for about 2,200 yards, wound up being a number 2 teamer in the conference and the top guy in throwing touchdown passes. And he has decided he's going to be a Bearcat and play for Northwest Missouri.
Landon Vessel continuing on. He signed to move on as well. And, man, Gunnar Smith. Here's a guy who came from UCF to Highland. Did a nice job at Highland. Played well. You know, you go back to what? He jumped in the portal in March over a year ago. May 10, he commits to Highland. He plays 11 games, throws for 19 touchdowns, thrown for about 223 yards a game. And he parlayed that into a nice position at Fordham. I mean, that was a nice play for Gunnar, and he's moving on. I like Shorb. I mean, he was a stud. I'm high on Texas, always have been. I think they beat each other up. We can. I know we'll discuss this again many a times next year, but man, to be able to stand in there and face the defenses that you face in the Texas League, man, that is saying something. And then I was talking to Oliver Sukup, the head coach at New Mexico. He said one of the best balls he's ever seen came from the hand of Landon Vessel. What a job he did. The Cisco kid really pushed Cisco, and they made a nice run here in the 2024 campaign. So those are some of the quarterbacks there. Robert, where are we going next?
Well, what about the guys that they threw to, the receivers? You know, where Shorm is concerned, he's got a couple of guys that have already committed, and that is Sean Brown and Braylon Finney. Finney is going to Houston Christian, which I think used to be Houston Baptist, if I'm not mistaken, from years ago. And Brown is headed to New Mexico State.
Yeah, how about Jem Davis, the Trinity Valley Star, 536 yards, 6 touchdowns. What a way to work that out. Signed with Kansas State. He's going to replace Ty Bowman and Jaden Jackson of Kansas State. He'll tell you, you could put him anywhere on the field and he will get open. And we saw him do that for Trinity Valley here this past year. So Titus also going to Old Dominion from Iowa Western. So, yeah, I mean, these are guys that are moving on, signed and committed guys. Of course, signing day is coming up here the first Wednesday in February.
Well, speaking of guys who also catch the football, what about that tight end, Breck Long? I know you're high on him from Coffeyville. That is another guy that is heading to South Alabama. Boy, that school in Mobile keeps popping up where these JUCO signings are concerned. Yeah,
they're going after the JUCOs. They have, for at least in recent memory, putting a lot of JUCOs on that roster, and they're growing it. You know, look at Bryce Anderson, another one out of Iowa Central. The trifecta for them. We talked about Jawarin Corbin, Conte. On the offensive side, Iowa Central now sends Bryce Anderson, and he signs with the University of Memphis. Still undecided guys, Robert. Still a lot of undecided football players.
You know, I almost feel like in talking about these undecideds, like the NFL draft and Mel Kiper saying the best player remaining available. Man, Fresh Walter, 75 grams over the course of the year, the Iowa Western receiver. If he is looking to move on, maybe he stays another year at Iowa Western. But if he is looking to move on, what a grab he would be for some school.
Boy, he was a JUCO Weekly Trophy top 5 finalist. Had a couple of key catches in that championship game against Hutchinson. Sensational. Great speed. He's committed. I think he graduates in May from Iowa Western, so he'll have everything he needs. So we'll see what he does. Does he leave Iowa Western? Does he come back for another year? And Fresh Walters, as you see right there, just a talented individual for Iowa Western. What else jumps out at you at this list?
Well, I do know that Jonathan Ashley, the offensive lineman for Georgia Military College, he apparently is going to wait until the 5th of February to make his decision known. He is weighing his options as we speak, and we won't get an answer until actual signing day on Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, Ahmad Johnson, another one. Keon Brown, those two guys, a linebacker and wide receiver, respectively, from Iowa Western. Marshawn Oxley just had a visit, a good one. He put it on the social media where he was just at West Virginia. So this guy is a stud. Obviously, these are all FBS guys. Devin Lowe, another one. Man, that list is long. I mean, look at Lance Carson at Holmes. And man, a lot of guys on that list, Robert, that look really good on there. Anthony Rose is a guy, a solid player, 3-star guy. Really was the anchor back there for Kilgore this past year. And he's another guy looking in that secondary to move on. So Stilton McKelvey, another one. I mean, you look at that. I talked to Mark Duda at Lackawanna, Christian Bundra. A lot of these guys, like you said, with your guy, is they're just sitting back and waiting until that first Wednesday in February to determine. Now, some of these guys will pop. I mean, Tyler Lassiter, Joseph Callies, some of these guys might sign before that. So, but anyway, there's a list. Not all, not everybody. It's just a list of some of the key players in the NJCAA this past year based on, rankings from the JUCO Rush, rankings from Rivals 247. So you see those guys there. And Robert, some coaching changes, some big news this past week. Highland, DJ Mayo says, I'm out. I'm leaving. He's taking a high school job down in Georgia. And good guy, happy for him. But, man, Highland's behind the 8 ball, and they lose a good one at DJ Mayo.
I think maybe you're looking at a school in Highland that possibly would bring somebody up within the ranks versus going outside. You had under Mayo a couple of right around 500 years, 1 year a tad over, 1 year this year a tad under. But I think based on the success of Highland under Mayo, because they had really struggled before his arrival, that you look at his staff as a possible replacement.
Yeah, Jerry Cole's the AD out there. You would think at this juncture, if you've got somebody of substance, that's how you'd want to go. We put an email into Jerry, haven't heard back, so we'll follow up with him this week to see. Obviously he's got to keep things close to the vest, but we certainly, out of respect for the program that we have for it, wanted to extend an invitation to jump on the JUCO Rush. And I'm sure we'll have him on here in the very near future. Les George leaves a powerhouse at Mississippi Gulf Coast, takes the head job over at Southwest. You see Pollard heads to Jones College. He was the DC there. They elevate him to head coach. Larry Williams leaves Hines. He goes to Coahoma. Chris Jones comes in, a high school coach, very successful in the state of Mississippi, is now the coach at Hines. And they're still waiting on Cole Lynn. Have not heard anything, nothing on their website or anything. So we've got to dig deeper in that, and we will. Don't
you think Micah Davis is a front runner, though? I mean, Coach Glenn Davis's son, wouldn't he be at least in the mix of talk?
Why wouldn't you give him a shot? Unless they just don't think he's ready. I mean, but why wouldn't he? He's been under Glenn's tutelage here now for 4 years. I don't know. I haven't really looked into the situation, but yeah, you would think that would be the guy they'd go to. But they have not appointed a head coach yet. So we hope to find that out, here pretty quick. So,
by the way, I want to say, Coach Glenn Davis, what a heck of a guy. Hate to see him go, but understand, 21 years at one spot. He's ready to retire, spend some time with the grandkids, I assume. I got a feeling that might last about a year, and then you're like, I want to be back on the sidelines. I want to be involved in football somehow. But Glenn Davis, class act, great job at Colin, and we hate to see him go.
Oh, he's going hunting every day now. That's what he's doing up in North Mississippi. Is a great guy, terrific guy, prince of a human being, and a terrific guy. So we wish him well. All right, Robert, that'll wrap on the JUCO Rush. Any parting shots?
Can't think of any. I'll save them for next time.
Yeah, look, Sunny Day coming up on the 5th of February. A lot to cover, and we'll do it right here on the JUCO Rush. For our producer and engineer, Blake, he's Robert Williamson. I'm Mike Frazier saying so long, everybody.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you too, bro.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 2 of our twin billing. Andrew College and LBW. LBW taking the opening game 11-4. And now ready for the nightcap. As the pitch is a little bit inside to Emma Warnick.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Jazz Lang is the 2-hitter. Marissa Bosley batting 3rd. Reese Krassler is the 4-hitter. Casey Thacker in the 5 spot. V. Burris batting 6th. Leah Singleton 7th. Bailey Prescott is 8th. And Ellie Brandon in the 9 hole. And, of course, Andrew College without the services now of Hope Benton. Benton fouled one off of her foot and is not able to play in this game, so the bench now limited. There is one on the bench, Ashley Jones. And we are awaiting the LBW lineup. Should get it shortly. Put it together just before meeting with the umpires at home plate. And I may have to text our lineup provider. He may have forgotten it, so I'll send a text over and see if we can get a lineup. Swing and a miss, and out will, well, not quite out, but 3-2 will go the count on Warnick. The one thing the opening game did not feature was many strikeouts. I think we may have had 3 total in the opening game. And his ground foul in the direction of 3rd. In that opening game, it was Odom, Stokes, and Williams that all got time in the circle for LBW. Three balls, couple of strikes. And another one fouled away. Three-two payoff pitch. It is lifted in the direction of left field. Sails all the way to the wall on the one hop. On her way to second is Warnick, and she will get there standing with a leadoff double. So the Tigers will draw first blood with a shot into left field by Warnick. That is Elena Smith, who is pitching, by the way, for the Saints. And I will work on the other defenders through a little cross-referencing. Jazz Lang with the base runner in scoring position. Showing punt, drops into the dirt. Throw down to third, scampering back to second is Warnick, and she will get back safely. Lang in the opening game had one of the 4 Tiger base hits. She produced a 1-out single in the third. That will sneak past a diving second baseman into right field. Warnick coming in to score. It's an RBI single for Lang. And Andrew, which got a run in the first inning of the opening game, gets a run in the first inning of game number 2. Taking a 1-zip lead, bringing Marissa Bosley to the plate. Lang picking up the RBI. That is hit towards left field. Catch made, holding at first, Lang out. Will go Bosley. And there is one away. Shot down the third baseline towards Coach. Coach had to dive and wound up splattering. I mean, in a Coach kind of way from a shot in the first game. Lifted foul and out of play by Krasler. Casey Thacker is on deck. Got a base runner at first in Lang. Smith's pitch, just a little bit low, a little bit outside, trying to get Krasler to chase, but she did not. Got some baseball about to get underway across the way. LBW taking on Calhoun. That's kind of a round-robin event. And that one will get the hand of Krasler, and as a hit batsman go down to first, a couple of base runners are on. Shot over in the direction of right field. That will drop in as a base hit for Thacker. Lang coming in to score. Meanwhile, heading to second, Krasler. Thacker with an RBI single. And Andrew Collins will take a 2-run lead. Their largest lead in the opening game was 2 when they led it 4-2. And now take a 2-run lead here in the top part of inning number 1 in game number 2. And Thacker with an RBI single. So a couple of runners on for V. Burris. Leah Singleton to the on-deck circle. Impact this direction and out of play. Into the dirt with the pitch. Runners holding, thinking about going, but stay put. Line to second. Throw over to first. Winds up in the dirt, and that is going to allow Krassler to go to third. So Burris with the line out, but it's the E4 that moves the runner up. And you got runners at first and third with 2 gone. Leah Singleton coming to the plate.
We do. 11-4. Yes, sir.
Right up the middle, that'll be a base hit. Delivering a Singleton, it'll bring in Krassler. And Andrew Collins will move their lead to 3. Thacker going to second. Singleton with the RBI single at first. And Bailey Prescott coming to the plate. Prescott batted in the 9 spot in the opening game, but the injury to Hope Benton moves her up a notch to the 8 hole. And Prescott, a couple of strikeouts, but in between, produced an RBI off a single, also scored a run. One-0 pitch. Ground deep short. Throw to first. There in time. Prescott grounds into the 6-3. 2 are stranded, but 3 are in as we head to the bottom of the first. We head to the bottom of the first. Kylie Duncan starting it all. I mentioned I do not have an LBW lineup card, so I am finding out who's part of the offensive lineup when they come to the plate. So you and I together, we'll learn who is what. So the one hitter is Kylie Duncan, as that is chopped over to Warren second. Grabbed by Singleton, goes to first, and Duncan out on the 4-3. Top part of the inning, 3 runs come in. Warnick, Lang, and Krassler all scoring. Olivia Michael to the plate. Meanwhile, Cambry Doss to the on-deck circle. Foul back to the screen. Olivia Michael is an Andalusia product. Playing for the Bulldogs, not far from where we are situated now. Is where she played her prep ball. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's fouled away, 0-2. Well, all kinds of changes because of the weather. As a matter of fact, today we were supposed to be doing baseball in Bruton, softball in Monroeville. That's been changed. Tomorrow was just going to be basketball. Now it's basketball, baseball, and softball. And Friday that was pretty busy is not much. Right now the only thing slated on Friday is a doubleheader between Miami-Dade and Coastal South. And the fact that Coastal South softball has changed things around a bit on Friday leads me to believe they might do the same for baseball. A little bit low with the offering to Michael. Cambry Doss on deck. Here on what was kind of a warm Wednesday afternoon, turning into a rather chilly Wednesday night. Just a little bit outside. V. Burris going, are you sure? Blue says, I think so. Fouled away, and it stays even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Well, that one wound up right underneath the fan watching baseball over on the adjoining field. That's the thing when you come to a multi-park facility and games being played on both. You literally got to have eyes out of the back of the head. 2-2 pitch. Shot in the direction of center field, and that's going to leave the park for Olivia Michael. Slaps a solo home run, first of the year. And with one swing of the bat, Saints on the board. So Michael delivering with a home run. And that was on a 2-strike count, by the way. Who was down 0-2, battled back, even the count at 2. And then smashed one over the fence.
Sir. Thank you.
That's got Camry Doss coming to the plate. I do not have a 44 who is coming to the plate next. On my LBW roster, let's see if a 44 played in the prior game. Nope. A little high and inside with a pitch to Doss. So it looks like we're going to have some mystery players until I am able to get a lineup. Got her inside, hits it off the handle, and flies out to short. And Doss is out, number 2. Two gone, nobody aboard. Outside with a pitch on the outside part of the plate. And as I mentioned, we do not have a 44 on any roster provided. So at the moment, can't tell you who our player is, but she's at the plate with 2 gone and has got herself a seeing eye single. That's all right, thank you. Got a base runner on in first as Brooklyn Barlow comes to the plate. Two gone, 1 in, 1 aboard. 3-1 ball game. Bottom of the first, second game of 2. Opening game and LBW win 11-4 as that pitch gets the outside part of the plate. Well, the Saints like to get that goose egg off the board, so they've made a statement. They've got to run, but would like to have some more. Here in the bottom part of the first. Count even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. 2 gone. 2-run lead. Andrew Collins. That is lifted towards left field. And there for the catch is Kressler. 5 go up. 3 go down, 1 stranded, 1 comes in. Michael with a home run, and it's a 3-1 Tiger lead going to the second.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the second gets underway. Bottom of the order to the plate, Ellie Brannon for Andrew. Emma Warnock, the one hitter, and Jazz Lang, 2 up in the inning, 2. By the way, one of the 2 hits in the bottom of the first came from Emma Moore. Olivia Michael with a home run. Emma Moore had the single. Thank you very much to the young lady up here in the stands who has gotten me names for some folks that we do not have. Still looking for a lineup card, and I think Coach just came by saying, I'll get it for you. So thank you very much. Got a meeting in the circle with Elena Smith. Smith, who in that first inning gave up 4 hits, 3 runs. Taking on Ellie Brannon here in the second. Well, it looks like we've got a member of the school board here. This is just the spot. Jed Blackwell, newly elected. I think began his service a month or 2 back. And although the Board of Education, I think, actually governs county schools, here to check out the Saints. Countyman in 1 on Brannon. And there we go. Got a lineup. Thank you very much, Coach. So I will, in just a moment, be able to tell you who is doing what and where for the Saints. Into the strike zone, and out goes Brannon to begin the second. Yeah, she is struck out looking, and we head back to the top of the first. Top of the order, by the way, in the top of the second. See, I can't multitask. I shouldn't even try. That is a foul ball in the direction of third. I was trying to write names into my scorebook, and that took me into the wrong inning. Not my scorebook, but my brain. Pop back this direction. It will get out of play. It's over the screen. Well, when we got here this afternoon, it was springtime, maybe even close to summer. Temperature-wise, it's getting a little nippy. Art's got shorts on.
May not for long.
Well, when I left the house, I thought about going back and getting my vest and didn't, and probably should have. But that's the good thing about a van. It is clogged with everything you could possibly need for any given situation, and there is something warm in there, I know. So I will be making a venture shortly, because I don't think it's going to get any warmer. Outside with a pitch to Warnick. Warnick with a double and a run scored in the first. 1 for 1 in the game. 2-2 offering. That is popped up in the direction of left field. And there, Olivia Michael will make the catch. 2 gone, 2 straight set down by Smith. And that's got Jazz Lang coming to the plate. Two gone, nobody aboard. Jazz Lang with a single that drove in a run. Also scored one in the first inning. Taking a pitch a little bit outside.
Oh, yeah. Give me about 25 years.
We have royalty in the house, by the way. A Florella guy is here. Well, actually, 2 Florella guys now. But good to have Jed Blackwell here watching baseball and softball as that one is fouled away by Lang. One ball, one strike. Lang followed by Marissa Bosley. Low and away with the pitch. All right, now I've got everything in my scorebook, positions, numbers, names, and I think we are good to go. As that one is dropped into right field, 2-out single for Lang, her second base hit of the game. And that is hit number 5 for Andrew College. So a base runner on as Marissa Bosley makes her way to the plate. Here's that defense for LBW. In the circle is Elena Smith. Behind the plate, Emma Poor. The first baseman is Braylon Whitfield. At second, Kylie Duncan. Shortstop, Camby Doss. And the third baseman, Janny Murray. And an outfield of Olivia Michael in left. Center fielder, Carly Hops. And Elizabeth Hancock in right. So there you have it. Top of the second, Marissa Bosley flew out to left field in the first. Back to the plate here in the second. Smith trying to put the finishing touches on her second inning of work. And send it to the bottom of the inning when the 6, 7, and 8 hitters will come to the plate. Murray, Hops, and Whitfield. One ball, one strike. Two gone, base runner at first, 3-1 game. And that's going to get back this direction, 2 and out of play. Changes in the schedule, by the way. If you saw our post earlier in the week, it has changed completely. So you may want to go back to the website. As a matter of fact, I don't even think it's accurate yet. Got to make some additional changes. Learn that Coastal South will play their softball tomorrow, not Friday. That'll hop out of the middle. Poor goes down to second. Able to get in safely is Lang. That was close. A bang-bang play at second. But Lang in safely. Two ball, two strike offering. It is a little bit inside, goes to the screen, and off to third will go Lang. And that has got infield in to have a conversation with Smith. Coach can't come out and have a conversation with her, not here in the second, because she has already paid a visit to Smith. A second visit would take Smith out. Well, I guess you could visit her, but there would be implications, ramifications. A runner at third, 2 gone. And Andrew Collins trying to produce a run with 2 gone after putting the first 2 hitters out, and dropped over at first. Did she get it back, though? She did. Able to recover at first is Whitfield and get it in the mid before the arrival of Bosley. Lang is stranded, and Andrew Collins will stick with the 2-run lead headed to the bottom of the second.
See you tomorrow. Good job. Appreciate it. Sounds good.
We head to the bottom of the second. It is Jenny Murray who will lead things off. Carly Hobbs and Braylon Whitfield due up in the inning, too. We now have the lineup in its entirety offensively for LBW as well. Kylie Duncan batting first, Olivia Michael in the 2 spot, Camby Doss batting third. Emma Poor is the 4-hitter. Brooklyn Barlow bats 5th, 6-hitter Jenny Murray. Carly Hobbs in the 7 spot. Braylon Whitfield is your 8-hitter, and Elizabeth Hancock in the 9 hole. Couple of innings in. Good to have you watching tonight. Softball season here as this one is sliced in the direction of right field and will drop foul. Just out of play. So Murray will put on the brakes and head back to the plate. Carly Hobbs is on deck. By the way, you were watching the game, whether you knew it or not. Even if you didn't go to YouTube, you're actually watching it from the YouTube media player, which means there is a subscribe button somewhere around. And we would love for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I mentioned we're trying to get to 10,000 views by the end of the year. And in the next, week or so, as Murray is given the walk and goes down to first. We'd like to be at about 5,600. So if you haven't subscribed, if you would, you'd be our new or next best friend. Okay, one of our new or next best friends. And yeah, we want a bigger community. I mean, we're like 5,500 or so strong. And if I was to kind of compare that with city size in Alabama, that's a small city. We want to be a big city. Let's see, 5,500 is what? About maybe Opp size. We want to be Huntsville size. Using the city analogy. So subscribe and we'll thank you. That'll go to the screen, and that will get Murray on her way to second. Into scoring position with nobody gone in a 2-run ball game. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Hops. Braylon Whitfield on deck, top of the third. Andrew Collins will send Krasner, Thacker, and Burris to the plate. On the inside part of the plate to Hops. And the count runs full at 3-2. Thanks so much to LBW for the opportunity to bring you softball and tomorrow baseball from here. And man, they have made some really nice improvements as this one is sent out of play. Just a gorgeous facility. Both the baseball and softball, new video boards, scoreboards, padding around the outfield wall. On both baseball and softball side. And his foul tip back, and Hops will strike out. It'll be the first Burris K of the game. One out for Braylon Whitfield. And I think it was Brandon Ware who put together the outfield platforms. He was very proud of himself, took pictures, texted them to me. And yes, Brandon, they work. Thank you very much. Of course, I didn't stand on it. I mean, I hate to say that I was a little scared to stand on the platform. It didn't look that. I mean, there is a weight limit. Let me just say that. I won't say that it didn't look sturdy. Just that I'm sure there is a weight limit. 2-0 pitch to Whitfield on the inside part of the plate. Elizabeth Hancock moving to the on-deck circle. And it's off the handle. Diving is Burris coming out of the circle. Will make the catch, and holding at second is Murray. Just an exceptional play by Burris. Stretched out the frame, brings in the catch. And I don't know if she came out of her shoes or it just kind of knocked the breath out of her. But she's taking a little recovery time. Well, she's got a smile on her face. That's a good sign. Andrew Collins already short on players due to the injury in the opening game to Hope Benton. Can't afford many more to go out and be able to field 9. Well, she's got the mask on, back into the circle. Looks like she's going to be given an opportunity to toss maybe 1 or 2 to see if she's okay. Let's see if the officials give her a toss. And I think she may have just kind of shook off the practice throw, said, I'm good. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Hancock. Top of the order, Kylie Duncan to the on-deck circle. Ground foul in the direction of third. Top of the order on deck. When you get to the top of the third, Andrew College will send 4, 5, and 6 in the order. That is Krasner, Thacker, and Burris to the plate. Way outside with the offering, and that will allow Murray an opportunity to get to third. Delivered on the outside part of the plate to Hancock. 9-hitter for LBW. In that opening ball game, by the way, Saints producing a total of 7 hits to get the 11 runs. Tigers with 4 hits and 4 runs. 2-2 pitch. Popped up on the infield, calling forward at third is Bosley. She'll make the catch. Hancock flies out, and Murray left on at third.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the third gets underway. Reese Krasler starting it off. Casey Thacker and V. Burris due up in the inning, too. First pitch lifted towards right field, and that will drop in front of Elizabeth Hancock. On with the leadoff single is Krasler. And that is the 6th Andrew College hit of the game. So a base runner on for Casey Thacker. And by the way, got a new pitcher in the circle, as that one is lifted foul and out of play. I believe that is Taylor Price, freshman out of Hopeville. So Elena Smith will work a couple of innings. Popped up to short. And coming in to make the catch is Doss. Out will go Thacker. And in those 2 innings of work for Smith, she will face a total of 12. Had a single strikeout, gave up 5 hits. Did not allow a walk and did allow 3 runs. Inside with a pitch to Burris. Into the dirt with the pitch. Holding at first is Krassler. Burris lined out to second. Leah Singleton to the on-deck circle. Here on now a chilly Wednesday night. Just a little shy of 6 p.m. As a strike is delivered to Burris. Top of the order to the plate when you get to the bottom of the inning for the Saints. 61 currently. Feels like 60. Into the dirt with a pitch. Good scoop on the back end by Poor. Holding at first is Krassler. Here is the 3-1 pitch. That's low and inside, and a walk given. Down to second will go Krassler, and Burris will be given a free pass to first. So a couple of base runners on in a 2-run ball game. Andrew College picking up 3 runs in the first. Bottom part of the inning, Olivia Michael delivered with a solo home run. First round tripper of the year here at the Andalusia Ballpark. Leah Singleton stepping in. Bailey Prescott to the on-deck circle. And a shot over in the direction of right field. And the catch is made. Tagging going to third is Krassler. Holding at first is Burris. And there's 2 away on the Singleton flyout. So 2 gone for Bailey Prescott. Prescott ground into the 6-3 in the first. Ellie Brannon to the on-deck circle. Tigers trying to add to the lead. Saints trying to keep it at 2. When the top of the order comes to the plate in the bottom of the inning, Duncan, Michael, and Doss. A 1-0 pitch. Just a little bit low. Throw going down to second. And able to reach back and get the tag on the runner is Doss. She just kind of reached back, and Burris kind of came in high. Tag got her, and Burris caught stealing, leaving Krassler on. That is 4 stranded by Andrew College as we go to the bottom of the third. Top of the order coming up for the Saints. Top of the order, bottom of the third in a 3-1 ball game. Andrew Collins trying to split the doubleheader. Saints would love to sweep it. Saints taking the opening game 11-4. Season opener for both. So LBW coming into this one 1-0. Andrew Collins 0-1. Saints trying to leave Wednesday's play unbeaten at 2-0. And Andrew Collins now looking to have a 500 mark. Duncan ground into the 4-3 to begin the ball game. Drives it in the direction of right field, but foul. Olivia Michael and Camby Doss due up in the inning, too. If you want to watch this game or any game that we do later and want to download it, unlimited downloads, well, then sign up for a year's worth of access, $25, and it's got you situated to watch anything, anytime. That is on our website. And download anything, anytime. Go to the website. There is a link that will direct you to the paywall, and voila, there you go. Shot again in the direction of right field, and this one fouled too. So back to the plate goes Kylie Duncan. Andrew Collins gets a single from Chrysler in the third, but then Thacker Burris and Singleton all go down. It becomes a scoreless inning. And we head to the bottom of the third. A little bit outside with a pitch to Duncan. And for LBW, it's to ultimately get to Alabaster and play in the conference tournament. High with a pitch and a walk is given to the leadoff hitter, Duncan. That is walk number 2 from Burris. And it'll put a base runner on. And as I mentioned in the opening game, I'm not sure this year where Georgia plays their tournament. Last year was at Georgia Highlands, won by ABAC. Things will be different. Maybe same location, not sure, but ABAC won't be there. Now an NAIA school. Driven to short, possibility of 2. Stepping on the bag is Warnock. Won't make the throw, though, so safely at first as Michael Duncan is the out on the unassisted put out at second. One out for Camby Doss. I think the GCAA now with the loss of ABAC, are they down to 6? Schools playing softball. Andrew College, Georgia Highlands, Georgia Military, Gordon, South Georgia State. And let's see, is there another? I'm thinking there's one more that I'm missing. I don't think it's Central Georgia Tech. I don't think they play softball. I know South Georgia Tech does not play softball. East Georgia State, that's the other. So there are still 6 teams playing softball in Georgia. Alabama's loaded with teams. 2 divisions, 1 and 2. And each with a slew of squads. That'll go to the screen. And on her way to second is Michael. So the wild pitch advancing Michael into scoring position. Doss with a fly out to short in the first. Drives it foul towards right field. The baseball, by the way, underway between Calhoun and LBW. From my 2 balls and a strike on Doss. Low inside offering, and then a late break to third, and able to get there safely. Michael, the throw was bad to try to pick her off, and she'll come on home. So Michael alertly seeing the kind of, not lackadaisical, but the lack of attention that Burris was paying to Michael. Michael takes off the third, and then the bad throw gets her all in, and it's a 1-run game. And there is the walk extended to Doss. And the potential go-ahead run on. Still just a single out. Emma Poor coming to the plate. Just a little bit inside with the pitch to Poor. Brooklyn Barlow into the on-deck circle. Poor with a single in the first. Sends that one foul and out of play back towards the screen. Well, here's what's tomorrow on JockJive. At the moment, 11 a.m., Calhoun LBW Baseball. 1 p.m., Coastal Alabama South, Pensacola State Softball. 4 p.m., Southern Union LBW Baseball. As that one is dropped over at first. Almost Prescott able to make the catch in front of the dugout, but could not hang on. 5:30, Calhoun and Coastal South women's basketball with the men's basketball to follow. And then 6 p.m. tomorrow night, as taking off for second and picked off is Doss. The Thacker throw down to Warnock gets Doss, and there's 2 gone. And at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, Bevel State Coastal North basketball. There's a base wrap into right field. So Emma Poor picking up her second base hit of the game. It is the Saints' third. And you've got a runner on for Brooklyn Barlow. Barlow with a fly out to left field, the last out in the first inning. And it looks like we are about to get a runner for Poor, and that is as a courtesy. And that courtesy runner is Clements. So Savannah Clements will run for Poor. In a 3-2 ball game, bottom of the third. Caitlin Hadley in her 4th year as the head coach of the Saints. A nudge inside with a pitch to Barlow. Barlow, the last out in the first inning when she flew out to left field, leaving Poor on. Poor now being run for by Clements. So she can't leave Poor on. And she'll move Clements along, down to second with a single. Back-to-back base hits. 2 aboard for Janny Murray. That is hit number 4 in the game for the Saints. Fouled back to the screen by Murray. Murray with a walk, got the 3rd, and that's where she was stranded in the 2nd. Back to the plate here in the 5th. 4 hours now into a day of softball rather, at LBW. Opening game took a little better than 2 hours to complete. Lifted towards center field and coming over to make the catch. That is Jazz Lang. Murray the fly out, 2 stranded, 1 run comes in. Saints have trimmed the lead to 1 as we head to the top of the 4th with 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Tigers.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 4th gets underway. Bailey Prescott will start it off. Ellie Brannon. Emma Warnock 2 up in the inning 2. 3-2 ball game. Andrew Collins jumped out with a 3-zip lead. I guess kind of the proverbial tortoise and the hare. Andrew Collins the hare. The rabbit. 3 quick runs. LBW the tortoise, a.k.a. the turtle. Plodding along, running the 1st, running the 3rd. And we've got a 1-run game in the 4th. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. 3 pitches and 1 out. Prescott fan, and that will be K number 1 for the new pitcher Taylor Price. So on away, Ellie Brannon steps in. Chop from Brannon. Brannon struck out looking in the 2nd. Top of the order, Emma Warnock moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-1. Just a little bit low if you were thinking about the immaculate inning. That ends with a pitch outside of the zone. One ball, one strike. Just a little bit outside. Count goes to 2-1. Well, I make that NBA. WNBA doesn't play for a while. NBA just got underway, as did top 25 college men's basketball. Women's basketball has a halftime score. Number 14, Maryland, with a 41-24 lead over Penn State. Strike delivered to Brannon. Count evens up 2 each. Well, back-to-back Ks is something we have not had today. Let's see if it happens here with a strikeout of Prescott. Little ground round in front of the plate. Poor gets it, whips it over to first. Brannon grounds into the 2-3. And there's 2 gone. Well, I mentioned what's coming up tomorrow. On Friday now, just one game. Miami-Dade and Coastal South baseball. Saturday, we've got, I believe it is Albany Tech and South Georgia Tech basketball. That is sent over towards right field. And did you get the out? Nope. Almost. A 9-3 put out, but able to get down to first is Warnock, and she's there safely. So a base hit with 2 gone. And I think that is it for Saturday. We had another game on Saturday, but it's been moved, I think, because of weather conditions. So unless my feeble memory is failing me, which it could very well be, that is it for Saturday. And I'm checking my Google Calendar, which I probably should have done before I started talking about stuff coming up on Saturday. But that's all we've got. Albany Tech, South Georgia Tech basketball. Ground to second. And the throw to first from Kylie Duncan will get Jazz Lang on the 4-3 put out, leaving Warnock on. 1 base hit, 7 now in the game for Andrew College, with a scoreless 4th as we go to the home half of the inning. LBW sending 7, 8, and 9 to the plate when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6 5 is your final.
The championship T-shirt.
East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Carly Hobb starts it off. Braylon Whitfield, Elizabeth Hancock, 2 up in the Saints' fourth in a 3-2 game. Andrew Collins with a base hit in the top part of the inning from Warnock. But she's left on in a 4 up, 3 down, 1 stranded top part of the inning. Round right back up the middle off of Burris. And on with a leadoff single is Hobbs, base hit number 5 for LBW. And a base runner on, Braylon Whitfield to the plate. Whitfield with a fly out to the pitcher, who at the time was Elena Smith. It is bunted, or check that. It was Burris. Scratch that. I'm getting my teams discombobulated. Well, Prescott, not typically your first baseman. Hope Benton is. So Prescott on the bunt came charging in, leaving first unoccupied as second baseman Singleton did not move over to cover. And that allowed Whitfield to get on and Hobbs to go to second. So a couple of base runners on. Elizabeth Hancock with an opportunity to drive in runs and tie the game or give the lead to the Saints. That is fouled away, and you got a pinch hitter for Hancock. I have learned that these roster numbers are not necessarily accurate, but if they are in this particular instance, well, there is no 12, so it won't be. I'm not sure who is pinch hitting for Hancock. High and away with a pitch. Got a meeting in the circle with pitcher Burris. And I'm going back and checking my notes, and this might be Hancock. The lineup card says the 9-hitter wears 11. Well, the lineup card says 11 is it Elizabeth Hancock? It might be. Okay, so that's probably. And we think through deductive reasoning, cross-referencing and process of elimination. This is Hancock that the lineup card had the wrong number next to the 9 hitters, so we'll assume for the moment it is Hancock. We know she's Liz, and the only potential Liz on the roster would be an Elizabeth. And Elizabeth is listed as 11, so thinking that maybe 12 is Elizabeth Hancock. You see how we've kind of gone through all that complicated process to come up with a name to apply. Couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Bottom of the 4th. 3-2 count on Hancock. Popped out third and now has been fanned for out number 1. So one away with Burris picking up her first strikeout of the game. And has got us going back to the top of the order. Kylie Duncan to the plate. Nobody at third, so able to get there safely. Hobbs showing bunt was Duncan, and that sucked in the corners, giving Hobbs an opportunity to take third. And Whitfield taking the same chance to go to second. So a couple of base runners now in scoring position and RBI opportunities for Duncan. Lifted foul and out of play. Duncan ground into a 4-3 and walked. She is 0 for 1 in the game. Saints with a tying run at third, go ahead run at second. Olivia Michael to the on-deck circle. One ball, couple of strikes, one away. Hobson, Whitfield on. Top of the 5th, Bosley, Krassler, and Thacker for the Tigers. And that will get a piece of Duncan. Sends her down to first as a hit batsman. And the Saints have loaded it up here in the bottom of the 4th. Well, in the prior game, the 4th inning was the big inning. 7 runs plated in the 4th inning of the first game. And now you got a 4th inning with the bases loaded. And Olivia Michael coming to the plate.
Hey, Olivia, be disciplined. Hey, come on, Olivia. You need those runs.
A little bit outside with a pitch to Michael, who had a solo home run in the first, ground out to short in the third. Well, if he just wanted to hit a home run here, you'd have a grand slam. You'd definitely change the complexion of the game. Cammie Doss on deck. That is fouled off towards third. Almost trying to get it inside the chalk, but just a little bit outside. And everybody back to where they were with the bases full, bottom of the 4th.
Hey, stay back. Drive.
Saints trying to take the lead. Tigers and Saints.
Hey, come on.
And Michael over to do a little dance routine with Doss. Maybe that's a good luck charm for Michael. Bases are loaded. One away, bottom of the 4th.
Come on, we need those runs.
Here is the 1-1 offering from Burris, who has got herself into a wee bit of a jam with the bases full and 1 away. Fouled back to the screen. And a 2-strike count on Michael. 1 for 2 in the game. Her spot in the order has scored twice. Michael scored off the homer in the first, but Clements came in to run for Michael after she reached in the third, and Clements came in and scored 2. So this spot in the order has accounted for both Saint runs. Popped up in the direction of center field, should be deep enough to bring in the run, but it's dropped in center field by Lang, and the error instead of the sacrifice brings in not 1 but 2.
Good job, O!
And the Saints take a 1-run lead. So Hobson Whitfield will score on the E8. And Cammie Doss will come to the plate with a couple of base runners on. And the Saints will continue to stockpile 4th inning runs. They have now plated 9 runs in the 4th inning today. Doss with a fly out to short and a walk. A little bit outside with the pitch. Runners going throw. Winds up in left field. That'll bring in Duncan. Michael will take third. And now Michael comes home.
Good job, O!
That's twice Michael has taken advantage of Burris kind of looking the other way. Outside with a pitch to Doss. And the first 3 runs of the game belong to Andrew College. The next 6 to LBW. Turning a 3-run deficit into a 3-run lead for the Saints. Fouled against the screen, out of play. Imapur on deck. Bases cleared, 4 runs in. There is a shot to the gap in left center field. And Doss on her way to second gets there standing. Line drive, Doss shot. And the Saints with another runner in scoring position, and LBW beating up on Burris and the Tigers here in the bottom of the 4th. Imapur perfect on the day. Couple of base hits. Singled in the first and third. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Poor. Poor with a single in the first with 2 gone. Had a 2-out single in the third as well. At the plate with 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Saints trying to sweep the twin bill today. Throw down to third, and that will hop out of the mid of Warnock. And in to score from second originally, Doss. Bases cleared again. Now a 7-3 lead, LBW. And is shot over into right field. Base hit for Poor. 3 for 3 is Poor in the game. All singles in innings 1, 3, and 4. And that'll bring Brooklyn Barlow to the plate. Actually, this is Taylor Price hitting where Barlow had batted previously. So Price now in the Barlow spot. Came into the ball game to pitch in the third. Coming to the plate to hit in the fourth. Janie Murray to the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-1 offering. Got the outside part of the plate, and the count goes 0-2 on Price. Price getting a first at-bat of the day. Oh, 2 pitch. And a shot towards left field, but foul and out of play. Sun is set, lights on. As I mentioned, LBW, one of just a handful of parks in the ACCC with lights. Most places can't play at night. Coastal South can. Let's see who else in the South can play at night. Bishop State cannot. Bruton at the moment cannot. They've got some renovations going on. I don't know if it includes lights or not. They've got a lot of renovations going on to the Bruton baseball facility. Sneed State can play at night up in the north. I think Wallace-Hansville can too. Probably Shelton State as well. Now the first with a throw, and back safely goes Poor. Two-two pitch. Swung on and missed, and out will go Price. So Price is out number 2, and both outs in the fourth have been strikeouts, and both swinging. Hancock and Price. 2 gone for Channy Murray. Murray has walked and popped out to center field. 0 for 1 in the game. Carly Hobbs on deck. Shot right up the middle, base hit for Murray. Poor will go to second. Couple of base runners on in the inning. That is hit number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 9th in the game for LBW. And again, I'm not sure what it is about the 4th inning, but Saints ignited in the 4th. In the 4th inning of the opening game, sent 10 to the plate and scored 7. This is the 10th hitter to come to the plate here in the 4th inning of game number 2. Carly Hobbs, who started off the inning with a single, back to the plate. 1 for 2 in the game. Has struck out, singled, and scored a run. Popped up, right field, and it will be over the head. Ella Brandon thought she had a beat on it, did not. 2 runs will plate, throw to third, and tagged out trying to get there is House. But an E9 will allow a couple of runs to plate. And again, you've got a multi-run 4th inning for LBW as they extend the lead to 6 going to the top of the 5th. Top of the 5th gets underway. Marissa Bosley will start it off. Reese Krasler and Casey Thacker due up in the inning. There we go. Lost my audio for a moment. Not sure what the problem was, but it's back, and grounding into the 1-3 is Bosley. My apologies. A cantankerous something in the computer. I don't know if it was the mixer, if it was the hub, if it was the computer itself, but it just misbehaved for a bit. Or maybe the computer's just tired of hearing me talk. You don't have to agree with that, by the way. Reese Krasler hit by a pitch and single. 1 for 1 in the game with a run scored. She was hit by an Elena Smith pitch. And she got the base hit off Price when Price came into the game in the 3rd. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back to the screen. Casey Thacker moving to the on-deck circle. Fouled back to the screen. When you get to the bottom of the fifth, it'll be 8, 9, and 1 coming to the plate for LBW. Krasler hit by the pitch, came in and scored a run in the first. And then led off the third with the base hit. Since then, only a single base hit. Came from Warnock, a 2-out single in the fourth. And Andrew Collins, which jumped out of the early lead in the opening game and jumped out to the lead here in game number 2. Lost the opening game by 7 and down by 6 in this one. One ball, couple of strikes on Krasler. Whitfield, Hancock, and Duncan in the home half of the fifth for LBW. Into the dirt with the offering from Price. Price is the second pitcher used in this game, the fifth one used overall today for the Saints. The opening game saw Odom, Williams, and Stokes all get time in the circle. Ground to short. Dawson's got it. Goes to first. Krasler is out, number 2. So 2 gone for Casey Thacker. And it looks like we are about to get a change in the circle. So a new pitcher. The new pitcher and the old pitcher stats when we come back. We believe this is Harley Morrison, right-handed pitcher. Of course, these rosters early in the year. It is, okay, it is Harley Morrison. Thank you very much. Fans in the stands verifying Harley is a Helena, Alabama product from Calera. So thank you very much, Harley Morrison, the 5'7" right-handed pitcher. Coming in for Taylor Price. And she will come in after Price works 2 2/3. Faced a total of 10, had 1 strikeout. No walks, 2 hits, no runs in her 2 2/3 innings of work before handing it over to Harley Morrison. Morrison low with a pitch to Thacker. Thacker, a single, an RBI, and a fly out to short. V. Burris to the on-deck circle. Inside with a pitch to Thacker. So a trio of pitchers in both games for LBW. And everybody that's wearing a jersey has probably been on the turf at some point. Inside with a pitch and a walk given to Thacker. So a base runner aboard as V. Burris comes to the plate. In that opening game, Odom got 2 innings. Stokes got an inning and 2/3. And then Williams came in and worked the last 3 innings of the game in the circle for LBW. In this one, Smith starts, gets 2 innings. Price comes in, works 2 2/3. And now you got Morrison in the circle. Burris 0 for 1, lined out the second and walked. Couple of strikes on Burris. Leia Singleton is on deck. Whitfield, Hancock, and Duncan when you get to the bottom of the 5th for LBW. Just a little bit high with the pitch. High and inside. Meanwhile, Andrew College has gone with 1 hurler. Bailey Prescott in the opening game. Thus far, V. Burris has worked all of game 2. One-two offering. Too far inside. And the count goes even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. 2 gone. Base runner at first in Thacker. Here's the 2-2 offering. Popped up. Catch made it short, and Burris will fly out, leaving a runner stranded. We go to the bottom of the 5th in a 9-3 game. One of it outside with a pitch for the new pitcher, Emma Warnock. Warnock coming into the ball game for Burris. So we will see a new pitcher for Andrew College. Only saw one in the opening game, but we'll get a new one here. Burris swapping places with Warnock. Warnock in the circle and Burris now at short. Bottom of the fifth. And Burris gets a try immediately, hops over the mitt. That'll be a base hit for Whitfield. And LBW with a runner on here in the bottom part of inning number 5. So Burris will wind up working a total of 5 innings. And in those 5 innings, faced 25. Had 2 strikeouts. As that is dropped into right field. On her way to third, Whitfield with the throw to third. That will allow Hancock to take second, and that's big. Because that puts 2 in scoring position. And in NJCAA softball, an 8-run lead after 5 is the mercy rule. So you've got a couple of base runners in scoring position that represent runs 7 and 8 in the bottom of the 5th. And we are going to get a change in right field. Ashley Jones going into right field for Ellie Brannon. So LBW is threatening to implement the mercy rule. After back-to-back hits, couple of base runners on, and the top of the order coming to the plate. That'll go to the screen. And coming in to score from third is Whitfield on the wild pitch from Warnock. Turns it into a 10-3 advantage, and now the Saints need to get 1 run in before the third out is registered and have a runner at third. Here in the bottom of the 5th with Kylie Duncan at the plate. Duncan grounded into a 4-3, walked, and then got hit by a pitch. 0 for 1 in the ball game. A 7-run Saint lead. And that will hit Duncan. She'll go down to first. So now in the hands of Olivia Michael to try to wrap up the ball game early. Michael with a home run. Ground out to short. Reached on an E8. Her spot in the order has scored 3 runs, driven in 1. Runners on the corners. Andrew Collins trying to get this game to the 6th inning. LBW trying to end it here in the bottom of the 5th. Outside with a pitch. Won't be a throw on the steal by Duncan. Not with a runner at third that could end the ball game. 1 ball, no strikes. Camby Doss is on deck. Outside with the pitch to Michael. Well, a reminder, we're back here at LBW tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, Calhoun and LBW baseball. Southern Union and St. Baseball tomorrow, too, along with a host of other things. And for GCAA fans watching Andrew College, South Georgia Tech and Albany Tech basketball coming up on Saturday here. And a reminder to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. Two-one pitch to Michael. Low and inside, and the count evens 2 each. Rest of the Burris numbers, by the way, the starting pitcher. She walks 3, gives up 9 hits, and a total of 9 runs. That should be deep enough to end the ball game. And how about in dramatic fashion, home run number 2 in the ball game for Olivia, as Olivia Michael smashes a 3-run shot. And this ball game will end 13-3. So Michael nearly began and ended the game with a round tripper. And the day and the game is over. As we take a look at the numbers for Andrew College, 7 hits, 5 errors. They will leave a total of 6 stranded. All 3 runs came in the first inning. And for the Saints, big day. Sweep the doubleheader. 11-4 in the opening game, 13-3 in the nightcap. Finishing with a total of 12 hits, 13 runs. Of course, 2 home runs from Michael. Solo shot and a 3-run blast. 1 error committed. And they will strand 4. Their runs came this way. 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 7 in the fourth, in the rest in the 5th. And that is your season opener. It's a sweep for LBW. For the Saints and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for Baseball at 11.